a supporter of taking an aggressive stance to help protect our community from the spread of COVID-19. When we, back in May, when Governor Ducey called on reopening the state, we were seeing, based on Pima County numbers, we were seeing a plateau of cases in Pima County, 24, we were looking at sometimes in the teens. Unfortunately, just 2 days ago, we saw about 400 cases in Pima County alone and almost 4,000 cases in the entire state of Arizona in 1 day. And so just yesterday, I've been adding to and pushing on, as well as other governors, other council members, and Board of Supervisors, pushing for additional steps by the governor, because this crisis is happening everywhere, right? It's not just in Tucson and Pima County. It's happening in Santa Cruz County and Yuma County, throughout the state. And so we need a state coordinated approach, and we need to be as aggressive as possible. So with that, I'd like to walk through the outline of the COVID-19 item, because we usually stuff a lot of information and presentations in there. Today we have Dr. Francisco Garcia with the Pima County Health Department. We will be giving him the opportunity to speak to us first, because I know that he's a busy man right now and we want to be respectful of his time. After that, we will have our city manager talk about testing and give us all an update on the testing item. Also, Councilmember Lee has requested some time to go over the 911 outbreak. And so we'll have Councilmember Lee and City Manager Ortega give us an update on where we are with our 911 Public Safety Communication Center. We also have the Mayor and Council Cares Strategic Plan. Our city manager is going to lead us through that, as well as Amber and Joyce. And then we will talk about our marketing plan, how we plan to give education to the community in terms of the mandatory mask ordinance that we will be approving today, and other COVID-related issues. And then, of course, at the end, we will have the legislative update by Andrew Greenhill. So with that, I will hand it over to our city manager, Mr. Ortega, to help us introduce Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, we've invited Dr. Francisco Garcia today to give us a overview. I did ask him to take about maybe 10 minutes to give you an update on what's happening really in the region. But he's also available to answer questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Garcia.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon, Mr. Manager. My name is Francisco Garcia. I'm the Deputy County Administrator for Community Health Services, and I'm happy to provide you a brief update on what the status is in terms of COVID-19 and our response to date. As of this morning, Pima County is reporting 8,004 cases, which represent approximately 10% of the cases statewide. Additionally, we're reporting approximately 273 deaths, which is 17% of the deaths statewide. And in terms of testing, 86,000 tests, which represents approximately 12% of all tests statewide. I'm going to share my screen really briefly with you, just to share with you a couple of, I think, relevant graphics that I think will inform your discussion. What you should be seeing on your screen is the case growth. This is the case growth of COVID-19 cases by week that they occurred. I'll point out a couple of things. That back in week 16, this was around Passover and Easter. We thought we were hitting our peak, and that was at 282. Back in Memorial Day, subsequently in Memorial Day, we hit another peak of 291, and I was sure at that point that's it, we're done. Unfortunately, right about here, week 21 is when we started loosening up the governor's executive order restricting people being in public spaces was lifted between week 21 and week 22, and we really see a sharp and steady increase in the number of cases. So much so that we have had a six-fold. Last week we completed a six-fold jump in the number of weekly cases from our previous peak. So that's super significant, and I just want to make sure that folks understand that I believe that this was due to the much more relaxed approach to our behavior during that once the order was lifted. This is the number of deaths, and the number of deaths have actually been a positive in terms of we really were hit hard early on in terms of our long-term care facilities. And if there's one silver lining in this whole story is that our long-term care facilities and our assisted living facilities have really stepped up to the plate, and we have made some tremendous achieved some tremendous progress with those facilities. Again, we peaked early on in terms of our mortality. Last week and the week before, numbers that are higher than I would have been happy with, and representing that second peak. The other thing I'm going to share with you is what's happening with hospitalizations. And there are two sources of hospitalization data that are promulgated that we look at. Number one, the hospitalization that is self-reported by hospitals, right? So hospitals tell the state, we have this many beds, we have in the ICU, in the ED, on ventilators, et cetera. The governor had a whole set of requirements in that space. We also have a second set of data on hospitalization that we pull down ourselves from the state. And these are confirmed hospitalizations. That means after somebody's been diagnosed, when we're in the process of following up that case, we figure out where they were and if they were in the hospital. And so I tend to use these data, the latter data, more so than the former data. Again, our peak back around Easter, Passover, and again, one of the things that we're starting to see in these last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, really an increase in utilization. And I'll show you that a little bit more dramatically here. These are data about the availability of ICU beds in Pima County. And this is based on what the hospitals report to us. So what the hospitals report to the state. And so I always get a little nervous with self-report. But what I want you to pay attention to the fact is that right now our utilization is at an all-time high in the high 330s. So that the available beds within the community are actually very low, 24, 25, 26, depending on the day. Please understand that that includes beds in the VA and beds at Santa Cruz Valley Regional Hospital, which may be a little bit harder to access than normal. So typically we have over 100 available ICU beds at any one time. So this really represents a significant decrement, and we are very concerned and are watching that like a hawk. One of the things that I know has been of interest to you has been the changes in the demographics of the infection as it's playing out in this community. Again, you have the week, the MMWR week. That's the convention we use in terms of how we name the weeks. But what I want you to pay attention to is the fact that the single greatest increase, the single greatest contributor to the peaks that we're seeing is the younger age demographic of 20 to 44. That is by itself responsible for more than 80% of the new cases that we're seeing. So for me, that is the reason why we need a different strategy, because obviously we're not hitting this group of people as effectively as we can. I'll also point out that whereas we had no pediatric cases for a good long time, starting around the time of graduation, although there weren't any official graduation celebrations, we started seeing a peak right here, an increase in the number of cases in 0 to 19. There's still a relatively small component of the overall case count, but it's really important. Again, these cases in 0 to 19 and these cases in 20 to 44-year-olds are the result of congregation. They're not the result of worksite exposures. They're not the result of nursing home or congregate living situations. They are the result of socialization and the way that we sort of share spaces with each other. The last thing I will share with you, and then I will be happy to take some questions. Last thing I will share with you is what we have been doing, what the county has been doing in terms of testing. And you can see here in this graphic the number of test kits that we have deployed. These are test kits. These are viral collection swabs and media that we have purchased and we have deployed into a variety of different settings since the onset of the pandemic. What I want you to pay attention to is the fact that 24,888, especially early on, was a tremendous number when these resources, these assets were so rare and so hard to come by in Pima County. They represent more than 25% of all tests that occurred in Pima County were touched by the health department in some form or fashion. This gives you an idea of which kinds of settings we use these tests in. Again, because our priority is the public health response, we deploy these strategically, and you'll see that mostly it was to assisted living and long-term care facilities where those were deployed. Of course, we also sort of had other situations where we felt like there was a compelling public health issue that allowed us to justify the use of those assets. The final thing that I will share with you is that currently we're using two separate, although we have 4 or 5 different contracts, the bulk of our tests and processing is going through 2 particular laboratories. One of them is a local laboratory called Paradigm, and the other one is a New Jersey-based one called AccuReference. The nice thing is with AccuReference, what we've been able to do when we've had issues like at apartment complex X or nursing home Y, these folks come in, they have all their own PPE, all their own equipment, all their own testing supplies. They collect all the specimens, they ship them off to their laboratory, and they result them back to us. Just from a logistics standpoint, that is something that is really, really helpful when you're having to do something like a Tucson house kind of screening. So it has been really helpful. The downside is that the test return rate comes back 3 to 7 days, and that is an issue. I'll tell you that statewide, Sonora Quest, LabCorp, all the labs are having issues in terms of turnaround time. And the reason that turnaround time matters is that we can't act on a positive lab until the state sends it back to the county for action. The state can't do that until the laboratory has processed the specimen, has gotten that result back to the state. Any increase in that latency, any increase in that period ends up causing a significant delay that has implications for how we do our case investigation and contact tracing. Sometimes people are getting back, including our former health director, Bob England, got his COVID tests from a very reputable clinical provider, from a very reputable lab, almost 10 days after they were collected. And we were notified on day 11. So by that point, the period of time has elapsed by which we could take any action. So I share that with you because it's complicated when we're doing the follow-ups, and that component, that is the promptness of the lab resulting process, is out of our hands, is squarely in the hands of the state. So with that, I will conclude my remarks and be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah. I just wanted to ask you if you could give us an update on the contact tracing. You had provided me and my other mayor colleagues in our weekly call an update on the amount of contact tracers that Pima County is hiring on. Could you give us all an update on that particular piece?
Sure. So we have gone through the procurement process in order to identify qualified vendors. That process is actually closed now, and we are starting to have conversations about final contracts. My hope is before the end of next week, we will have awarded contracts to a variety of entities. It's not just going to be one entity. Our belief is that we want to identify local organizations that have the capacity to do this, because this is going to be a sustained response. This is going to be for the next 6 to 12 months. So I'm not interested in bringing an external contractor from the East Coast or from somewhere else who's going to sort of come in and leave. I need to build infrastructure within Pima County, and our expectation is we will be able to make some very concrete announcements. Roughly between 120 to 150 new bodies added to the process. So I believe that will be a big shot in the arm.
Yeah, and you believe that that's something that that Pima County can move on within the next month, I believe you said?
Yes, Mayor Romero, board council members, we believe that we will be issuing contracts as soon as toward the end of next week, beginning of the week after.
Thank you so much for that. I believe we have Councilmember Fimbres that would like to ask a question.
Dr. Garcia, the bed space in the hospitals, are we trying to curtail elective surgeries? What measures are we taking to make sure we have enough bed space for the COVID-19?
Mayor Romero, Councilman Fimbres, it's a super good question. So the decision to curtail elective surgery is a decision that's made on a hospital by hospital basis, and each hospital has its own set of criteria. The governor allowed the hospitals to continue to do surgery, elective surgery, as part of almost a part of the process of getting them ready to respond to this particular issue. The challenge is that when we say elective surgery, we're not talking about butt implants and hair transplants. We're talking about heart procedures. We're talking about hip replacements, things that could be postponed 30 and 45 days. And so it's really hard for our hospitals to turn those patients away. Having said that, our hospitals are actually thinking about which surgeries they should be postponing and looking very closely at the kinds of patients that they schedule so that they will have a lower likelihood of requiring an intensive care unit bed. Most surgery that is performed nowadays, even big surgeries like the hysterectomies my wife performs or the knee replacement somebody else performs, are done on an outpatient basis. And so a lot of energy is being spent on making sure that the right patients are getting in for their surgeries, but not occupying inpatient bed space.
Thank you, doctor.
Ready. I don't see any additional questions. But I really appreciate your time, Dr. Garcia. Please, you are always welcome to come to one of our meetings to give us an update. We've had this COVID-19 item on the agenda since we first called for the emergency proclamation. So please keep us informed. I appreciate the information you've shared with us today, and let us know how we can best partner with Pima County and Pima County Health Department.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I will sign off now.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I appreciate it. Mr. Manager, I believe the next piece of this conversation is an update on our testing program that we have in the city of Tucson.
Yes, ma'am. First, a few numbers. So far, we've had just shy of 150 employees that have asked for voluntary tests. They have been performed. 21 family members have completed the voluntary test request form. Just to let you know, we launched yesterday the employee family testing. So we've already had some individuals that were in the queue, and we've had some others that have expressed an interest in that. So as I mentioned before, what I'd like to do is continue down this path for a couple of weeks, and then we'll have more of a conversation with you about what expanding that might look like for the community. So right now we have employee testing. They have two options. If they're symptomatic, they can go to the occupational health provider, which is for public safety Evolve, or for non-public safety MBI. If they are asymptomatic, they can go to El Rio or to their occupational health provider. Family members must go to El Rio, and then we'll keep moving that forward. We do have an RFP out that we're going to ask for a couple of more partners or providers that can assist us with expanding the program, should the council want to explore going to the public as well. Happy to answer questions on that.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. My question is, are there any logistical concerns right now to open up the testing to not just employees and then their families, but the community, especially because of the spike in cases right now? It seems as though it would be appropriate to start opening up to the community because what we're seeing now, right? The crisis that we're living in right now. And then the other question is the amount of funds that we've spent so far, and that way it could give us an idea as to how else we could focus more attention on the employees, because 150 tests for employees seems low based on the number of employees. What is it that we have, 4,500 employees?
Right. So Mayor, so a couple things. Number one, we can certainly open it up now. My concern, quite frankly, is overwhelming the system with El Rio. And that obviously becomes a concern in terms of getting results back and coordinating that effort. That's why we put out the RFP. I know that is in process now, and I'm expecting to have that back shortly. But if the council would like us to pursue with the public testing sooner, I had hoped to wait a little bit until we really understood some of those logistics of testing non-city employees. But I can certainly explore those post-haste and develop that a little sooner. With regard to the numbers, I think that there is concern over we haven't been overrun yet by employees. We are expecting that maybe as employees become more aware of the testing, they'll volunteer for it. I don't have the exact number on how much we have expended, simply because it takes a little while for us to get our invoices and so forth. I'll try to put together something for you, Mayor, and I'll distribute that to you shortly.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really would like to make sure that we're doing the appropriate internal promotion amongst our employees, that they should know that they have the ability to ask for a test if they've been exposed or if they're concerned, and that's available to them. It just seems very low, 150. And then I'll really would like your input in terms of how we open it up sooner rather than later to the community, especially because right now is when we're seeing this spike that concerns me.
Okay. Mayor, I'd be happy to, let me do a little research on that with the staff. Happy to report to you. We do have a meeting next week, and I can come up with a recommendation for you at that time.
Thank you so much. We have Vice Mayor Cunningham. Have questions?
Mike, how long do you think before we can, do we have a timetable on when we can open up to the public?
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, my expectation is within a couple of weeks. I was not rushing that because I truly wanted to make sure that our logistics are going to be okay. It's one thing to test 4,000 employees, something else to test or offer testing for 500,000. But I can give you a recommendation at our next meeting. But I think it'll take us at least a couple of weeks to get up and running. Part of that, and just so you know, I think I mentioned this last time, part of the concern was or is making sure that we go through a procurement process so that we can get the reimbursement that we're, in our opinion, we're due for some of this testing. So that's really been the challenge for us, is just making sure that we cross the T's and dot the I's on it.
I appreciate that. The thing I want to bring up is that one of the things you mentioned was that the system's going to be overwhelmed. And that's actually fine. We're just going to have to let people know we know that's going to happen. When we do open it up, the first 3 or 4 days, we're going to get a big swell, and then it kind of thins out later. That's what happened when they first opened Walgreens. It's actually spiked back because of the number of cases increasing. But that's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. And we're just going to have to know that if people have to, some people might have to end up scheduling it out, but for the triage patients, for the patients that are completely asymptomatic, having to schedule out 3, 4, 5 days is totally different. And if they're scheduled out 3 or 4 or 5 days and become symptomatic, there should be another option for them to test. So just keep that in mind as we're developing this strategy. And I leave it to you and your team's capable hands, but we want to have that citywide testing piece. And then ultimately, as this testing piece moves forward, remember, we wanted it to be two-pronged. We want to have PCR tests, but we also want to be able to augment the U of A's efforts for antibody tests, serology tests. And the reason we want to do that is the more serology positives we have, ultimately, those are prospective convalescent plasma donors. And then what we'd want to do is possibly collaborate with the Red Cross or one of the other local plasma collectors and see how we can augment their efforts. And I think the Red Cross has mentioned some help they could use.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Any others? Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. We are going to move now to the 911 Communications Center outbreak update on that outbreak. And this little piece of this item has been requested by Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee, did you have some opening questions and remarks?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. I really just wanted to kind of follow up and get an update on how things are going in the 911 Communication Center, specifically around the number of folks who are dealing with COVID right now and any impacts to morale and operations as a result of that.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Lee. So a couple things. Number one, we did try to answer some of your questions via, I believe, Councilmember Kazatchik and Councilmember Lee had asked some questions. We went through some effort to try to answer those, and so we'll update those today. I know that Director Jamie O'Leary is on the call. I also wanted to let the council know that I'm asking for our EOC to perform an after-incident analysis of what occurred here as lessons learned, so that we can truly dissect how we reacted to it, what we did, how we did it. It's really not to find fault as much as it is to identify opportunities for lessons to in other areas and going into the future. So I wanted to let you know, once I have that, I'm going to plan to share that with you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director O'Leary.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. In response to Councilwoman Nikki Lee's requested update, I'm happy to report that we do just have 2 911 employees who are currently out on leave, reported as symptomatic but home. We have 5 who are awaiting a doctor's release or test results, and that also includes for their family members. So some of those individuals are just out on behalf of family members. In regards to the operational impact, we've been fortunate when the stay-at-home order took effect, we actually saw a downward trend in our call volume. We did have a 5% increase from April to May after the stay-at-home order was lifted, but we're still trending lower than 2019 and 2018. And I attribute that to a lot of people being home or off of work. And so actually we have a 1 second less hold time during this time than we did in the February and March timeframe when we ran our numbers. So operationally, even with the absences that we had about 4 to 5 weeks ago, we're still doing very well and meeting our marks. The last question that was asked was about the impact on morale. And as with any sustained critical incident, particularly one which there's additional critical incidents that occur during that primary incident, there is an impact on morale. Our employees are certainly not exempt from the feelings of the effect of this pandemic. However, we're in the emergency response business, and so this is when my staff really showcase their commitment to saving lives, protecting responders, and serving our community. And we always like to think that within adversity, there's opportunity, and the management messages that to our staff. Leadership's also taken the opportunity to mitigate some of the negative effects on employee morale in a variety of ways that I know we've got a lot on the agenda today that I won't belabor, but I do believe that employees are showing their best right now, and certainly we'll be glad when it returns to normal when we get to that point, but they're doing a fantastic, outstanding job. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I got a question.
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Hi, Jamie, and thanks for the update. And I know it's been really, really challenging for you guys over there. And I want to just tell the team that in my book, right now they're the heroes of this whole thing, man. So what I understand is that we've got some issues with childcare. Am I correct on assuming that we've got some challenges with childcare for some of our workers?
Yes, that is correct. Those have just recently been expressed to us from a few employees. One of the things that we are doing on our end is we're offering a shift bid, which we had originally decided to withhold during this time due to our staffing. We've decided that that's going to help employees.
So, well, this is my thought. And again, I wish Dr. Garcia could stay, or we could have a doctor kind of sit in with these. I'm understanding about these epidemiological bubbles, where if you create a bubble where you're seeing the same people all the time, it can mitigate risk community-wise, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm thinking about our workers who are in the 911 Ops Center, and they're together, and you know they're at risk because they're hanging out with each other. But if we could centralize their child care too, maybe on site or nearby, maybe even at the El Pueblo Center, which is vacant right now, and we could facilitate that through a city program like KidCo or something, would that help with the team? Could that be something that we could look into, Mr. Manager, Jamie, for these folks, and maybe even maybe as a pilot, and then take a look at it for some of our other employees as something we do while the COVID pandemic is going on. And also, would that be CARES Act eligible?
That's an excellent idea, Vice Mayor. Mr. Manager?
Sorry, taking me a little bit to unmute here. So absolutely, we'll explore that. We did have a conversation just this week, actually, late last week, about how the emergency responders can use pandemic leave. Part of this issue is a pandemic leave issue, but it's also the physical, I'll call it the physical availability of childcare. And certainly we'll explore that. We have been exploring it, and I'll bring back some recommendations for your consideration in the near future.
Mr. Manager, I know that part of the CARES, the Mayor and Council CARES strategic plan, it has funds available to expand KidCo to and to as well as explore new sites that are, because of COVID, we have to expand the sites for KidCo. So there are funds there in the CARES strategic plan that Mayor and Council approved that you could tap into, as well as other organizations like Child Family Resources and the YMCA, other child care providers that we should at least ask what they're doing so that we can provide that child care for our first responders. And first responders include our 911 public safety communications team.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is that these folks are already working together. So they're already exposing their families by working with each other. So if their kids are commingling, you're kind of keeping that bubble from an epidemiological standpoint, keeping that bubble intact. But two, we now are providing our essential workers, the ones that we have no other option. They've got to be at the op center in the field, and we have some opportunity for them. And not only that, we can give them a place where the kids can grow and have some positive interactions. So that's kind of where I'm at. Again, if you're in the field anyway, and you're in a setting in which you're sharing air with somebody all day anyway, then again, I don't think we're upsetting that bubble. But I really want to get the health departments, sign off on that and all that. But I think we're onto something here, and I also think it's CARES Act eligible, and that's probably where we were coming from. And I think that's a good point from the mayor that, if there's a licensure issue and we can't do it through KidCo, Child and Family Resources and the YMCA are the most obvious agencies that already do childcare. They'd be the most appropriate to provide direct service.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee, I don't know if you had additional questions. I wanted to give you the opportunity to jump in if you'd like.
No, I don't. Just to echo what everyone's saying, I just appreciate all the work from everyone in there, truly first responders, and just grateful for everything they're doing. So that's all I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Mayor, just a quick point. When this first started, and we're certainly going to revisit it, but when this first started having discussions, the EOC actually offered childcare opportunities for essential workers and first responders, and we really had no one take advantage of it. Things have changed. I think it was sort of novel, if you will, initially. I think we've really settled into a routine now. And I think the realities of, school, et cetera, not starting for a bit are starting to set in. So we're going to revisit that and provide that, keeping in mind that the dollars associated with the CRF, the KidCo expansion for personnel is not eligible. So but the child care is. And so we're going to look to see how we can either do it internally using some of our resources or partnering with some of our partner agencies that can help us with that. So we're back on it again, even though initially we didn't have anybody take advantage of it.
Thank you. And I believe Steve is on the queue to ask questions.
Yep. Comment on the bubbles. Francisco was saying early on in his presentation that one of the problems with the spike in numbers in the 20 to 44 age group was their behavior outside of outside in the community. One of the problems that we have with 911 is the fact that they come in from outside in the community and then they're in that closed environment for 10, 12 hours. So the fact that they're there is great, but then they go out and they leave. So I would really encourage, Mike, that you touch base with Pima County Health, because While it sounds good on paper, the fact that they're potentially bringing infections into the work site and then sitting there for 12 hours really may make that whole idea of bubbles flip on its head. We had similar issues with student athletes, and you can't control their activity once they're outside of your in the community again. So be careful with that one, because it may wind up biting us.
Thank you, council member. And I think you all saw my note. I sent that a note Friday, really expressing to the employees exactly what you just said, which is we can control some aspects of their lives at work, but we don't control any aspect of what they do outside of work. So it's an ongoing effort to try to keep them up to date, or at least engaged and paying attention to this, because it is serious if they pick it up somewhere and then all of a sudden we have bigger issues. Thank you.
Councilmember Fimbres is on the queue with a question.
Hey, Mike, what is the process for an employee or their family members to want to be tested? What do? They have to contact Del Rio directly, or they go to HR?
So I know that I think Maria Robinson and Nellie are on the call. So if I say incorrectly here, I'm sure they'll correct me. But basically, they need to fill out a form. There is a form, and I'm not sure the number on it, but it's on the website. And you can call our safety office, Maria Robinson, and she can help and coordinate that. That's traditionally, or at least so far, how we've been doing this, because we haven't been overrun. So Maria's been able to handle that, and she will get them tested and make sure they're in the queue. She also coordinates to make sure everybody, understands what the rules are along that. That's Maria Robinson in our central safety area.
Okay, so will you be putting something out to employees in your briefings to them of how they can be tested?
Sure, Madam Mayor, Mr. Fimbres, absolutely. I put some information out. I mentioned it in my updates, but I'll certainly do it again. I think, again, it doesn't hit home until someone close to you is infected, and then all of a sudden there's interest in the testing. But clearly, we'll make sure that information is available to them.
I appreciate that. Also, I echo the sentiment of my colleagues on KidCo being looked at for child care. Helping them, because then you're not paying administrative costs to some agencies that charge you on that issue. And I think we get bigger bang for our dollar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this to our attention and getting an update on the outbreak that we saw in the 911 Communication Center. Jamie O'Leary, thank you for your presentation, as well as Mr. Manager. The next item on under this agenda is the Mayor and Council Care Strategic Plan, and I'll pass it over to City Manager Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, there's actually two parts to this. One, and they're intertwined at this point. And by the way, although it's under the budget packet, I do want to mention we had some folks that really put a lot of energy and effort into putting this information together for you to hopefully bring some clarity as to how it all fits together. But the strategic plan, the specific conversation around the care strategic plan, we gave you a pretty lengthy analysis of that. It does have some recommendations. I'd like to go over those, Mayor, with you all and kind of talk about what this can look like going forward. Keep in mind that this is evolving, and I lost track of how many times we said in here flexibility, both in the amounts as well as flexibility in the process, so we can help and keep moving this forward. But there's a couple of key pieces here that I think are important. So I'm gonna go to the last page, because I think that last page, it's not numbered, but it's the last page of that memorandum. So I am on the CRF analysis recommendation implementation plan. It's attachment G, as in go. So in the last page it says reserve or future allocations, and these are the recommendations that are contained within the document. And so I just want to quickly go over them, because I think that they help to inform some of the pieces, and then I'll go back and talk about some of the, we'll call them the logistics of this. So if you take those items that are listed on that last page, they add up to right at about $8.9 million. So those are dollars that are not included at this point in any of the, we'll call them the categories thus far. And so we are expecting that these will be costs that we'll incur as an organization through the end of the fiscal year. Now there is a block on, well, it doesn't matter because they're not numbered, but where we talk about the pandemic leave. And the pandemic leave it talks about $5 million for pandemic leave, $5 million for pandemic leave. That is not included in that 8.9 million. Okay. I think that as we go down this path, we're going to need to include that because as more people get sick, we're going to be paying them basically to stay home. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that it's not necessarily an out-of-pocket cost. These are costs that we've already got budgeted. However, we're getting reimbursed, if you will, for those employees when they're not at work. And so it gives us an opportunity to comply with the guidance, but also capture those costs. So that last page goes from 8.9 million to 13.9, basically adding the 5 million. All right. So one other piece that I think is important, the last bullet point talks about $2 million for homeless isolation and quarantine housing in the event that FEMA does not reimburse these costs. We are expecting that FEMA will reimburse us the cost. However, originally we had recommended $4 million. So in my original May 12th memo, I had recommended $4 million. And then the recommendation that came back was $2 million because there were some assumptions about the FEMA cost. Not a problem. What I'm thinking, though, and what we need to be cognizant of is if the pandemic continues longer than we had anticipated, the 3 months or thereabouts that we had anticipated, then that number may go up. Now, again, the good news is that we believe we're going to get reimbursed from FEMA. However, I'm not recommending that even if we get reimbursed from FEMA, that we not include that $2 million as a placeholder in case the pandemic continues longer than we thought. So those are a couple of things that I wanted to point out that I think are important as we go down this path.
Mr. Manager, just one small question on that.
Sure.
You know, the city of Tucson received an additional $5.5 million from HUD in emergency assistance grants, which would be specifically for usage of homeless and houseless communities. So I just wanted to make sure that we're also not just thinking about the CARES funds and the FEMA funds, but also these additional 5.5 million in emergency assistance funds. That's why I think one of the issues that we've all talked about around this table is having a better picture of what is CARES money, what is FEMA funds, and then of course what is HUD CARES funds that we have at our disposal so that we can plan accordingly. But no, point taken. I think that's why the $33 million reserve is so important that we keep and leave flexibility on it so that we can use as needed for the emergencies that we have in front of us.
So let me, Mary, absolutely, and I saw Liz was on the call as well, and she can pipe in as well. That ESG money is available. We have allocated, and we are thinking that we'll use some of that potentially for that homeless isolation and quarantine expense. However, keep in mind that really my focus has been let's try to get as much FEMA money as we can. So that we're able to truly take advantage of all fronts. And what that does, Mayor, is frees up both the CRF as well as some of that ESG for other purposes. So I wanted to point that out. The other thing I wanted to mention in our note on the second page, I did mention that this is the Workforce and Economic Development Grant Program. I did suggest that you include additional dollars there. Of 300,000. I am not recommending that at this time, and I apologize for the confusion. My intent was to let you know that as we get closer to the end of the calendar year, Those are dollars that could be available, and we do have, and when we get to that item, we'll talk about it. But what I did ask the staff to do was rank order them so that if the council wanted to, you could allocate additional dollars. But that's I'll call it the location that I outlined for you. The other thing I wanted to mention, Mayor, is on the facility retrofit, it actually is under Parks and Recreation. We had allocated 1.73 million for Parks and Recreation phase-in. My recommendation is that we expand that to include city facility retrofits as well. The reason for that is we don't think we'll need the full 1.7 for parks, and we're going to, I'll use the term, be short in other areas. So we're not going to do anything different than what we had planned. We just think that the cost for the parks piece won't cost us what we thought it might, and so I want to use that for the facility retrofit. Last thing I wanted to mention is that when you look at these recommendations, virtually all of them will come back to you in some form. I will bring those back to you once we solidify agreements, once we solidify some of the logistics. We'll come back to you with some recommendations. I did say that was the last thing I did want to mention to you on the 33 million. I have also, as a part of the budget discussions, recommended to you that we are going to see a challenge in 22, and holding as much of that as we can until 22 would be preferable. However, keep in mind that we will have to get reimbursed or reimburse ourselves with payroll costs to put those dollars and make those dollars available so that they're available for cash carry forward into 22. We'll talk more about that as a part of the budget, Mayor, but I just wanted to point that out as well. That's all, Mayor. Happy to. And by the way, Joyce or Amber, do you guys want to add? Amber wants to add something, Mayor. Go ahead, Amber.
No, I have nothing additional to add.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to. So, okay, that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ortega. I believe that Councilmember Fimbres has his hand up and on the queue.
Hey, Mike, what does the retrofit entail? Can you go into it a little bit more?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. So this is basically all of the plexiglass, the reconfigurations for offices. I know that a lot of your offices have, we put in the plastic, I call them sneeze guards, but they're the plastic dividers, the signage, a lot of the signage throughout the buildings, et cetera. That's what that entails. Mayor, one thing just to add to that, it also, under a separate item, as I recall, is a facility retro. I think it was about $4 million that was included. We are going to look at what it will take to separate the 911 operators as well, with different types of workstations, as well as some physical construction and capabilities there. That's all, Mayor.
Mr. Manager, my question is on the Parks and Recreation retrofit. I believe the intention of that particular allocation when the CARE strategic plan was put together was that we, the Mayor and Council of the City of Tucson, partner and have discussions with the school districts in terms of how KidCo would look in this age of COVID-19. And so part of the intention of that allocation, which I believe was $1.7 million, was if there was a need to find additional sites for KidCo and childcare, not just for employees, but also for the community once schools are open. And so has there been a discussion with KidCo Parks and Rec staff and with school districts where we have KidCo sites or any other of our Parks and Recreation sites as to how KidCo is going to look when we do see the need to open up the program again and offer it to the community?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for that question. It's actually been an ongoing discussion, and as you know, with Brent Dennis's departure, I've looked for someone else to carry that effort forward. And Donnie Moreno, who is part of the Parks and Recreation staff, has been tasked with carrying that forward. And I met with her. Actually, there's been a lot of progress in terms of identifying sites. The thought is to not look for new sites, but to expand the existing sites, because most of them appear to have space in the school district. So, for example, if we're using a multi-purpose room or a classroom now, we would need two, but in that same space. The reason that's important is because it keeps us from having to worry about additional transportation costs. And so the transportation logistics around that become very difficult. And so the whole thought is, let's look at, I'm going to use the term expand, I'll use it loosely, but expand the program within the existing footprint at those schools first. But keep in mind, the reason I said that almost tongue in cheek is because the CARES dollars are not for expansion, they're for addressing the social distancing, which means expansion of space, but not necessarily expansion of the service. Now, down the road, we'll have the conversation around expansion of the service as well. But clearly, the first order of business is to solidify the relationships with the school districts so that we can provide that same service in a bigger footprint in those schools. And we're doing that now.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate you bringing up the expansion of the spaces in order to provide that additional space because of the physical distancing required of COVID-19. I really appreciate it, because a lot of people, I myself included, get confused about that. And in order to be able to provide KidCo now, because of COVID-19 and the physical distancing restrictions that we have to abide by, I believe that additional space is needed. But also, I've been having every other week biweekly calls with the school superintendents and Amphi, Sunnyside, and TUSD in areas of the east side are looking for help from KidCo that are currently, we don't have any sites for, especially on the east side and at Amphi. And so I just want to make sure that Donnie, which by the way is an amazing Parks and Recreation employee, knows everything there is to know about KidCo, really start exploring those needs on TUSD schools on the east side, namely Ward 2 and 4, but also with Sunnyside School on the south and southeast side, because I believe there will have to be partnership with the school districts, depending on what type of schedules they're going to have the kids participate in. So just putting that on your, notebook so that we can start thinking about that piece. Any others? I believe Steve is on the queue.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation about flexibility that you brought up, Rahina, and also Mike. We're in a pandemic-induced recession with no clear off-ramp, and so we need to stay light on our feet. Two areas that I want to be sure are also on the radar screen. You just mentioned expansion of space, physical space, in preschool settings to really accommodate the same number of kids. We're seeing the same thing in homeless shelters, where we have to be mindful that if we're going to take care of the same number of homeless clients in a given space, some of those spaces are going to have to physically expand as well. That doesn't mean increasing the number of bodies, it simply means to accommodate the same number of folks. The second question is, we may be on the precipice of an eviction tsunami coming at the end of July. I know the strategic plan has some dollars set aside, but that may be yet another area where flexibility is going to be necessary, because we don't know what that's going to look like unless, Rahina, you've had conversations with people about more dollars coming in for that. I know the constables are involved. but that can be a real problem in like 30 days or less.
Mr. Manager, do you, would you like to respond? Because I know that
Sure.
I believe Liz is on the line, but I know
Right.
that Councilmember Durham and his staff have been very diligent about reaching out to the constables in Pima County that have been really crusaders on this anti-eviction issue. So I know I want to give some space to Liz or yourself, Mr. Manager.
Absolutely.
The ball's down the court on that.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. Liz, are you on? I saw you earlier. Yep, there you are. So
Yes.
I know Liz has been working on this for some time now. So Liz, why don't you give the council a quick update?
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm happy to share that there's a lot of progress that has been made working with the constables. The idea is that they will have a direct referral source to one of our community providers to provide financial assistance to eligible families that are in the process of being evicted. We will be working with the constables and the community providers. Once we have identified the community provider, we might have two is the goal. Sarah with Ward 3, Chief of Staff for Councilmember Durham, has been very involved with this, and I want to thank her for her time and investment on this. And we're making progress, and we should have a process very shortly that the constables will be able to utilize and connect families to this assistance.
Thank you, Liz. I really appreciate it. I see Councilmember Pima's hand is up.
Madam Mayor, I think we should, I don't know if I should make a motion to have you speak with the governor to extend the moratorium on the evictions.
No.
You need to make that or just ask a letter for support to ask him to do it?
No, we just, I know that Andrew Greenhill is also on the call, so he will make a note of it, and we'll make sure that we send, that I send a letter on behalf of Mayor and Council to request a moratorium, continued or expansion of a moratorium. Yeah. We did that here, Councilmember Fimbres. The city manager and I worked to expand that moratorium until the end of July, I believe, and that's for City of Tucson properties and no water shutoffs until the end of July.
Good, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And Mayor, just so that you all know, what I will do is over the course of the next couple of weeks, I'll be meeting with the staff, making sure that I have an understanding of what the chemistry looks like, both on the water shutoffs as well as the public housing, our public housing. And then we can have a conversation around that so that we're ready as it gets closer to the end of the month, and we'll be ready for that.
All righty. And I believe Steve has some additional questions.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
We're good.
All righty. If there's no other questions, then I think we need to move forward with a CARES Fund update. Was Amber supposed to give us an update on this?
Mayor, we kind of already did that, but I'm happy to turn it over to her. Amber, if there's anything that I missed, I went over basically because they're so closely tied, I try to go over it. So I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, Amber, but if there's anything you want to add, feel free to do that now.
No, I think you covered everything. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Well, Amber, I just wanted to thank you for your spreadsheet that you shared with Mayor and Council on the expenditures and where they're coming from, what is FEMA covered. It's really helpful to know what has been covered through FEMA in terms of the expenses that we have on COVID-related expenses. So I just wanted to thank you for that. You and Joyce, I know that you tag team on these things, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Then we're going to move on to the marketing plan, and Mr. City Manager, it's yours.
you, Mayor. Councilmember Durham had asked for a report on this, and I do have this in writing. Still working on a couple little things to get to you, but I'll just give you a quick update. So you will be approached, if you haven't been already, your offices will, for a photo shoot for a media and social media element for the mask program, if you will. And so the staff will be out having conversations with you. So over the next couple of weeks, hopefully we'll be able to get with you all, and there'll be an opportunity for you to provide some photos as well as some comments. We're also going to support we'll call it a mass distribution event, coordinating with each of your offices to do that. We're hoping to have that in July, and we're really expecting it to be a way of educating the public on exactly the importance, but also providing them. A lot of people don't have masks for whatever reason, and we want to make sure that they have access to them. And so we're going to work with you and your offices to provide you not only obviously with more masks, but to have a big splash to get folks going on that.
Mike?
Yes, sir.
On the masks, I've been distributing them out to a lot of the faith-based community and other organizations that have groups still coming to them. So am I supposed to hold on to them?
No, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, and the rest of the council members, you're welcome to give them out. That was the intent, was to really get them out as best you can and to who you see fit. So we do have more on order. I know, Andy, you can give us an update here in a bit on when those will be in. But we have ordered more for you. Really, the intent is to get them out to as many people as you can get them out, Mr. Fimbres.
Yeah, because we've been contacting all the faith-based churches and communities and folks, groups around our neighborhood, and distributing them when they come up to the gate.
No, absolutely. That's the right thing to do. And let us know. I mean, obviously, I think we gave each of you 2,000. We had another few thousand on order for you. So you should not have a problem with running out. You should have hopefully plenty, at least for the campaign and certainly beyond. So we'll also be doing some of the other media, the usual. We'll do radio campaign, transit advertising, and then we'll be doing quite a bit for internal folks as well to make sure that they're up to date on they can go out and have conversation around the masks and so forth. So with that, Andy, you want to add anything you really want to add? I know you've been working, and by the way, great job. I'll send out a note that Andy put out to report on our progress there. But Andy thought if you had an opportunity to make comments, you're welcome to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you so much for the opportunity. So Mr. Ortega is absolutely correct. We're ready to roll with the campaign. We're planning on a mass kickoff. Chief Galata and the emergency operations crew, the team at logistics, have ordered 56,000, 8,000 per council office and the mayor's office. Those should be in our hands within 5 to 7 days. We'd love to do a kickoff event in each ward simultaneously. We're targeting Saturday, July 11th. This would be a drive-through masking event. Where we could have PPE for you all, your staff members, whoever else you would like. We could go into our rec centers in each of the wards, possibly the TCC for the mayor, and have people come on in and drive in and do a touchless masking, hand that to folks so they can take them home with printed materials in both English and Spanish for how to do the feeding and carrying of your mask. So you can stay healthy and keep going on that front. We have the additional materials. Each office has received a message to the aides today requesting time from the mayor and each council member so that we can do a photo shoot where you will be holding signs. You will be masked, holding signs saying, "I wear my mask for." And you get to pick that message. You get to decide how that looks. We're also asking you to select a location that matters to you, to your constituency. We can get out there super early in the morning if it's going to be an outdoor shoot, or in the evenings. We're also willing to do the photography on the weekends. That's going to be kind of the main push initially to have that piece out. That's kind of the most important piece, especially with the mayor's proclamation and all the conversation around masking right now, that essential need. Where we see this campaign going, all production will be done in English and Spanish, of course. It's going to go out on all COT social media channels, digital print media. We're doing ad buys, paid online advertising. We're looking at television PSAs, newspaper placement, Additionally, we're also looking at possible transit wrapping as we move into more of the potential school year. So it's designed largely, Madam Mayor, members of council, to remain evergreen. The health messaging really isn't going to change that much, right, on the hygiene piece and the social distancing, but it will adjust slightly. So we can make these messages so that we can continue to use them however this pandemic progresses, and stay on this. This is not a campaign that's 3 weeks and it's done. This is potentially an advertising and push communication and education piece throughout largely September until we really see the end of this pandemic. Touching base very quickly, addressing Councilmember Fimbris's question, a piece of this ties back into how we message to employees as well, and how we message testing. That'll be a part of this campaign, correct? And Councilmember Fimbris asked about how we're messaging that testing to employees. It's gone out multiple times in all city emails, all employee emails, where we encourage it to be printed. It's also up on the COVID-19 webpage. It's one of the first items when you look at that memo. And as we've added a piece to it each time, we've done an additional email out to city employees. So that first message was just to employees. The second message was out to employees and employee family members, as well as contract employees. When we go to that public piece, we'll message that out as well across all social media. Make sure that's up on the web pages. Make sure that's also going into print and radio, because we know that there's a lot of the public that does not use the internet or the social media the way the younger generations might, or others don't. So we're going to make sure we're there. And again, all of that is targeting Spanish language as well as English language radio and social media. So that's kind of where we're at. I'll let it go from there if there's any additional questions.
Thank you,
Andy, for your work.
Very.
And I heard the second order of masks are coming in silver blue colors. Is that correct?
Are they going to say City of Tucson? We are one. Somos uno.
Somos, yes, somos uno. Somos
I
uno.
want to thank Ana for her. She sent me a mask that says Somos Uno on there. It's beautiful.
Yes, I do want to thank Ana. Ana, thank you so much for that handmade. Somos uno, we are one. But really, we should consider making sure that we have the hashtag Mask Up Tucson that was trending when we first announced the mandatory mask ordinance, and then of course the hashtag We Are One. Somos Uno. I think people, actually TP has been using the We Are One Somos Uno hashtag. So thank you, Andy. Really appreciate the update. Sounds really exciting. I'm all ready to give those masks out.
Great.
And really appreciate all the work on this. This educational piece is one of the most important pieces that we can work on for our community. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I do want to move on to the legislative update. I know that Andrew Greenhill is on the meeting for an update. Andrew, thank you.
Sure. Let me pull up. Great. So, Honorable Mayor and Council, here's our COVID-19 federal and state update. First, the federal, we actually were successful in getting some additional dollars to the city under the CARES Act. You could see the ones in black are the ones that we've already received. The ones in green are either confirmed or additional. Those first two green ones are ones that were referenced in Councilmember Kozachik's newsletter yesterday, the CSF grants for the $949,000, and then that second tranche for over $400,000. Then also we received additional CARES Act provider relief funds. These are funds that can be used by EMS for medical supplies as well as PPE. I want to join the chorus of those recognizing Amber Kerwin and city staff for being real assertive in securing even additional dollars under the CARES Act. And you can see the new total over $153 million in that CARES Act that we've been able to secure for the city of Tucson and our constituents. You may have heard that other cities have recently received some CRF dollars from the governor. Remember that Tucson was one of 3 cities that received direct dollars. The other 88 Arizona cities received some from the governor out of monies that the state received. Some of those cities have been complaining a bit about the amount of dollars they received, and I've gotten some questions about that. I just want to clarify that for Mayor and Council. As you can see, If you do the math, the per capita dollars of that 95 million that we received, as well as Phoenix and Mesa, we received about $174 per capita. But according to the formula that the governor used for the other 88 cities, they received about $115 per capita. Had we been given those dollars indirectly through the state as opposed to directly, instead of the 95 million we received, we would have received about $63 million or about $30 million less. So again, we did pretty well getting those direct dollars from the federal government, and that sets all of us up to try to get more dollars through additional relief funds from the federal government. So where do we stand on that? First off, according to a number of analyses, the deficits that cities and states are facing around the country continues to grow. According to these latest estimates, for the next couple of fiscal years, if you add up what cities are expecting to lose or to be short and add that to states, it gets to nearly $1 trillion. And so these are the messages that we're using with Congress and the Senate to try to justify additional relief dollars to keep our services going through the pandemic. Last week, the Big Seven, and these are the main organizations that represent states and cities and counties across the country, sent a letter to Senate Leader McConnell and Minority Leader Schumer. They together, which is significant that all 7 organizations are working together, mentioned that nearly 15 Americans are employed by state and local governments. 0.6 million jobs have been lost in the sector since March. So it's a significant loss of jobs and a significant drag on GDP across the country. And this is what we believe justifies the need for additional relief. So as far as the Senate goes, as we know, the HEROES Act was passed. And by the way, that's been about 45 days ago since the House passed the HEROES Act. Now we're waiting for the Senate. The Senate still has the SMART Act, which does have bipartisan support, including Senator Sinema. As you know, this would divide about $500 billion to state, local, and tribal governments nationwide based on population, the number of COVID cases in each state, as well as a formula based on lost revenue. So that is still the one key bill that has some traction in the Senate. But what we are hearing, I would say that there's more momentum now than there has been in the last month or so for a new bill. You can see that Democratic leadership has talked quite a bit about the need for state and local government support. We appreciate that. Extended unemployment insurance and worker protections, and increased support for working families and for the housing, nutrition, education, childcare, the other needs of Americans that continue as the pandemic and the economic impact of it continues. But even Republican leadership has some wants as well when it comes to providing some business liability protections and additional support for small business. I'd note that actually tonight at midnight is the deadline for PPP applications, June 30th. So expanded programs to assist small business. So with both Democrat and Republican leadership looking for additional support, it does look like there is renewed momentum for a bill. And we've even seen some support now from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They are talking to both Democratic and Republican leaders and expressing support for state and local government. They fear that if states and locals do not get federal aid, then it might lead to tax increases in the future. So they've even started to weigh in support of what we've been lobbying for at the federal level. So what we expect at this point is that the Senate will be gone for a couple of weeks, but when they get back from their district work schedule or their homework schedule, by near the end of July, there should be some discussion and debate on a new relief bill. We continue to work with our delegation, both in the House and Senate, on what we need here in Tucson and in Arizona. And we feel optimistic, I'd say at this point, that there will be a new stimulus bill. With that, I'll turn quickly to the state and just a few updates here. As you may know, the June budget update revised some projections from the state. It reduced the projected deficit or shortfall in the current fiscal year from 638 million to 190 million. But however, it increased their projections of a shortfall slightly for the next fiscal year, again, starting tomorrow, up about a little less than $50 million, which changes the combined shortfall from what was 1.1 billion to about 700 million. However, of course, with the increase in COVID cases statewide and it being unclear of what that impact will be on the economy, they're still giving themselves a pretty wide range as to how big that deficit may be. It could be as low as 0 and as high as $1 billion in the next fiscal year. Two quick things before I conclude. One, and this gets to what Councilmember Fimbres set up earlier in the discussion, the deadline or the eviction moratorium set by the governor expires July 22nd in Arizona. As a result, Tucson area Representative Kirsten Engel wrote a letter signed by, I believe, 33 other Democratic House and Senate members, a letter to the governor requesting a 6-month extension to move the expiration date to January of 2021. So that letter has been sent. As of last night, I checked with Representative Engel, and she has not heard back from the governor's office. Should mayor and council want to give direction on this or a different approach to the eviction moratorium, I welcome that direction. And then the last thing to mention, as many of you know, the governor issued a couple of new executive orders yesterday. One is a 30-day pause of operations for bars, indoor gyms, movie theaters, water parks, and tubing operations. Also, it would ban organized public events of greater than 50 persons unless otherwise approved by the local government. There was also another executive order that will delay in-person classes at Arizona schools until August 17th. Schools can operate before August 17th. However, they would need to operate remotely. And also important to mention, they were explicit about this in the order that childcare programs that are at school sites currently can continue until in-person classes start. Again, recognizing the need for additional childcare across the state. So that's my update, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it. We will be communicating with our congressional delegation just to continue expressing how important it is to pass a CARES 2 package. And so we're working on that as we speak. I see Councilmember Fimbres' hand is up. Councilmember Fimbres.
On the moratorium, Andrew, do you need anything from us, a motion to give you strength, or does it suffice the way we have it now with the mayor and their coalition?
Well, honorable mayor, members of the council, again, I welcome your direction. I know extending the moratorium is consistent with the orders that Mayor Romero has given to protect people from eviction during the pandemic. But if mayor and council would like to give me direction to support Representative Engel's request for a 6-month extension, I'm happy to accept that direction and make sure that the governor's office knows the mayor and council's preference.
So I move in that direction. I make the motion to move in that direction, support the mayor and Ms. Engel's push, Senator Engel's.
So there's a motion and a second. I think that's good for us to be able to give this direction, because it really shows that we will be unified in this decision. So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Madam Mayor, I have one more. In the CARES Act from the House, there was also money in there for the postal distribution centers, because it's so important, especially now with vote by mail being crippled because of the pandemic. I think it's more than ever. Is there money in the Senate bill for the postal distribution center, the postal service? Andrew?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres there's no dollars for the Postal Service in the SMART Act. However, there are other bills in the Senate that do have money for the Postal Service. I'd add that in both the HEROES Act and in a different bill that was just, that is being voted on as we speak in the House, there's another $25 billion for the U.S. Postal Service. So there's a very strong effort to make sure that that funding is there to make sure that the Postal Service can get on some more stable financial footing and provide the services we need in the general election.
Do you need anything from us to support that? You need another motion from us, Andrew, since we've been doing this consistently for the last 4 years?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, no, I think Mayor and council have been very clear, and I think we already have direction to support the additional funding for the Postal Service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any others? All righty, well, thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew, for the update. I really appreciate it. And now we're moving on to item 2. Thank you, Andrew.
Sure.
Item 2, time has been set aside for discussion of the city manager's fiscal year 2021 recommended budget. It also calls for this strategic plan for CARES Act funding, but I believe we touched base on that already. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you, and members of the council. So we sent out a note that outlines a few thoughts that you had asked us to consider. One of them was the equity needs assessment. Another was for the climate action and sustainability plan. The third was for some 8 social workers, and the fourth was for a housing director or housing coordinator. So on the first one, actually the first 2, we have allocated dollars in general government. We have made an assumption that the dollars that were allocated in the strategic plan for payroll reimbursement of $24 million would go up to $24,750,000 to cover that cost. And that was discussed later in the memo. So it doesn't change, it does increase the budget, if you will, but it also identifies a revenue source by which to take those dollars. On item 3, you had asked me to, or asked us to consider placing 8 social workers in the budget. We have done that. I have taken 8 FTEs that were previously budgeted in the fire department as a part of a civilian EMT program that we had considered a year or so ago that were never filled, and we don't plan to fill those right at this time. So I am allocating those FTEs. Some of you have asked me if I was allocating these to fire. The answer is no. We have not made a decision yet on the organizational structure. Mayor, it's my understanding that I think you'll talk about that in a subsequent item here during the study session. But that is the funding for that. I did outline for you the cost associated with that. It's right at about $700,000, just shy, which includes ongoing costs as well as one-time costs. The last was direction to put in a housing first coordinator position. We have done that. It was in the Housing and Community Development Department budget. Please keep in mind, I think the terminology, Mayor, that may have been used before was a director. I am not recommending a director position per code that has certain responsibilities. This position would not have that type of responsibility, so I am changing or recommending that we change that to a coordinator position. Then what we did is gave you a thumbnail sketch of what it looks like for both the remainder of this fiscal year as well as for next fiscal year, at least in the tentative budget. Is just to refresh your memory, we are making an assumption that we will carry over approximately $33 million from FY 1920, which will then offset the cost of, or excuse me, the shortfall that's projected for 21 of about $32 million. So that at the end of 21, ready for 22, we would have about $1,200, or I'm sorry, $1.2 million for FY 22. That really is the conversation for the FY 2021 budget. We did include in the packet of material another copy of the 5-year projection for the budget going forward. I want to make sure that it is clear that right now we are still projecting a deficit in excess of 40 million for the FY22 year. I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about the monthly updates for the council that I had suggested. There's been some question from some of you on what that can look like. At this point, what we're thinking is that on a monthly basis, we will come and have a conversation with you about actual revenues. We'll take a look at what revenues have actually come in, and we'll compare that to the projected revenues. And then we can make adjustments or recommendations to adjustments on the expenditure side. Some of you have asked me if the council has the opportunity or authority to make changes to the budget during the year. The answer is yes. Now, keep in mind, there's a lot of conversation about potentially hosting listening sessions, the budget town halls, more feedback and engagement. There is opportunity to do that throughout the fiscal year. And one of the things that you all may want to consider is that we would facilitate, I'll call them listening sessions, that we would then come back and report on a monthly basis as to how those are going, as well as what we're hearing from the public to help inform whatever tweaks to the budget going forward might be necessary. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joyce if you have anything.
I do. I just wanted to add a few things. So just so that you know, the total amount for the tentative budget is $1.7 billion. That does take into consideration everything that Mr. Ortega just mentioned. I also wanted to inform Mayor and Council we have done two budget town halls, and very well received. And our plan for the next Mayor and Council study session is to talk about the feedback that we got from the budgetary participation tool. So we'll bring that back to you at that time.
Joyce, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I just wanted to follow up on the budget participatory tool, which I think is a really neat tool that we have for people to participate in our budget. How has that been used? I know that you've already put it out to work for the committee to submit their input. How has that been working? How many people have submitted their input, and what is it that you're generally hearing? And then the other piece, I have appreciated the city manager and you, and I believe Amber and other staff have participated in the budget town halls. How's the presence been in those, and what is it that you're generally hearing?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. So as of this morning, we had 1,110 individuals who actually looked at the site. However, because you do have to register, we've had less than that. So I think it was about 270 individuals who actually registered and provided some feedback. So feedback has been varied. Some of the information we're going to have to kind of interpret because individuals aren't always clear on what they're looking for. But really what they're looking for is more involvement in social services and parks and recreation. We've heard a lot about that, and other areas of public safety. We also have heard a lot about streets, as you can imagine. So we definitely will put all that information together for you in a packet.
Excellent. And you gave us a really wonderful and thorough summary of projected fund balance page that has all of the expenditures, basically everything that we're expending as a city. A lot of people think that our general fund budget is the only money that the city of Tucson spends. Can you review a little bit? You don't have to, do a thorough analysis, but can you review a bit, besides the $1.7 million that we spend, explain to us in the community, how does the budget work? General fund, enterprise funds, service funds, capital projects, etc.
All right, so thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you recall, we actually had a session earlier this year about the different funds that the city has because they're used for different purposes. The general fund is the major operating fund of the city. Its major revenues actually are sales taxes and state shared revenues, and this is how we fund our services such as public safety, planning and development, parks and recreation. We also do provide funding to the transit system and the convention center. So special revenue funds are actually funds that, as the name applies, you have a particular revenue that is set aside just for that purpose. So as you'll see on the list that we gave you, the Mass Transit Fund, so all of those fares that are collected from that, any intergovernmental agreements we have, plus any general fund funding, that actually funds that operation. Other items there are the Better Streets and Safer Cities. We have the Tucson Convention Center, the Reed Park Zoo. The voters did approve a sales tax for the zoo that is set aside specifically for the operations and capital projects for them. We do have Park Tucson, where the parking fees and fines help for those operations and actually set aside monies for the future. Community block grant funding, public housing funding, home, other federal grants. We also, in this fiscal year 21, we've set aside $71 million for the disaster relief fund under the special revenue funds. And that's to take care of our whatever we'll be spending for next fiscal year. Because remember, today is June 30th. Our new fiscal year starts tomorrow, and we haven't expended as much of those dollars of the $95 million that we received. We also have a non-federal grant fund, and that's what we use when we get state grants. Enterprise funds are much like a business. So where an enterprise gets its dollars from outside on utility or on fees. So we have a water utility, environmental services manages our solid waste program, the Tucson Golf Enterprise Fund, those are our golf courses. And then we have public housing fund and non-public housing asset management funds. So those two have been set aside as enterprise funds in order to meet the requirements of HUD reporting. Debt service funds, those are dollars that are set aside to pay for the principal and interest on general obligations and the street and highway revenue bonds. Capital project funds, those are dollars that are set aside to do capital projects. So we have several of those. We have the general obligation parking and connections. We're about, and we are asking Mayor and Council to approve the issuance of $57 million of bonds for next fiscal year. The Capital Improvement Fund, those are agreements that we have with PAG mainly and with Pima County if Pima County had some additional bonds that we were utilizing as part of their program. Development fee funds, the Regional Transportation Authority funds, and then the general obligation for street improvements. That's actually coming to an end. We have a little bit of $1 million left over at the end of the fiscal year, and those will be spent next year for road improvements. We have two internal service funds, and internal service funds are what they do is they provide services for the internal government, and they charge the different funding sources a rate that is set mainly from an actuary report. So we do have our risk management self-insurance fund. That's for our workers' compensation and public liability, and public liability also includes the Suntran and Sunban and Sunlink. And then we have our health insurance trust, which is new. It just started this fiscal year 20 that we are in. Those are, of course, our benefit package. And lastly, we have a fiduciary fund, and that is our pension trust, the Tucson Supplemental Retirement System.
Thank you so much, Joyce, for reviewing all of the total amount of expenditures for that is 1.7.
$1,222,000,000.
Okay, great. We have a couple of council colleagues on the queue, Councilmember Lee and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question on the funding for the 8 social workers. I see that 8 FTE positions are going to come from Tucson Fire to do that. So I really had a question on how that will impact TFD, as well as if there are any other funding sources possibly that would more evenly distribute the cost of the 8 folks. So I was just kind of curious to learn more about that.
You want me to answer it?
I can start with that. Okay, Councilmember Lee, so the positions that we had put into the fire department, there were 17 of them, and that was to help augment an EMT program, a new program. That the total of that was $1.7 million. So by using just the 8 positions there, and that's 700,000, 400,000 of that is an ongoing for salaries and wages, and $200,000 is to provide vehicles. I don't think at this point it will have an impact on the fire department because they do not have an EMT program in the works yet. So even if they were to move forward, that won't occur until later in the fiscal year. So you would still not need the full $1.7 million.
Thank you, Joyce.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Okay, I was making sure. Just to clarify, to make sure that the public knows that today we're adopting the tentative budget, which sets maximum caps allowed on expenditures, and that then we adopt the final budget on July 21st, and that we will continue to listen, to the community and prioritize the needs through the public hearings. I'm very grateful to staff for jumping in and getting that tool, that participatory budget tool, online within days from when we talked about it. So I appreciate that. My question is, what is the plan? Because I know that we're thinking about having these discussions at Mayor and Council about the budget each month. And so what's the plan for how we continue to engage the public with the tool and have listening sessions? And then if you could share how this budget process is gonna inform the budget as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Santa Cruz, I'm sorry. I was looking at Councilmember Lee, so took away from that. Anyway, I want to thank you very much for recognizing the work staff put into that, because we did put it up very quickly. Luckily, we did have a tool, and we had been planning to do it all along, but you kind of just helped us, nudged us along. We do know that there is a little bit of work that needs to be done, because I think it can be better. I think we can actually make it so that we're getting feedback from the public too on some of the issues that they'd like to see. So they'd like to maybe see a little bit more granular information. So we will continue to work on that, and we'll share that with you every month that we come back. So that's part of the discussion that we'll have with you every month is, what are we hearing from this tool? What are the changes that we're doing? And then where do we think we are? I mean, as you heard with Andrew on the state's projection, the range of the revenue changes, that's a huge range. So there's going to have to be a lot of dialogue and I would say adjustments during the fiscal year. And I think that budgetary tool will help define what the public is saying. We also intend to use that tool to put out other financial data. So where are we? What do our revenues look like? What are we projecting and why? And that's from what is our local economic conditions. So I think there's valuable information we can put out into the community, and that's definitely what we plan to do.
Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I'm very curious about.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Let's make sure you can. All right. Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, so a couple things. Number one, I think as Joyce outlined, this conversation is continuous and should be continuous. It doesn't have to be finite or final because, quote, the final budget is approved. My expectation and thought is that I'll work closely with all of your offices to solicit feedback. And I think that the approach is one where we can have these listening sessions initially. And the listening sessions are really to try to understand what the needs are out in the community and how that can then be reflected in the way that we invest dollars, resources, et cetera. The key piece to this will be real-time info for the council so that you can make adjustments to the budget during the fiscal year. So the idea would be that we would go out, we would give you information or report on what we're hearing. Then we take the revenues that are actually coming in, have a conversation on a monthly basis. Now, I don't want to mislead you into thinking that we're going to talk about the entirety of the budget every single month. That's not the intent. But it is an opportunity to have an ongoing conversation about where and what the community is hearing and seeing and their priorities. Now, I will tell you that it will take all of us, and not only the city council and the mayor's office, but also the public participating, because it won't do any good if we go out and we hear for just a very small group of community members. And I think part of what we've done in the last couple of weeks is the starting point. I think it sets the foundation for how we do the virtual town halls, how we solicit feedback, but also using language that folks understand. And when we talk about budget and we use technical terms and so forth, sometimes people may not understand a lot of those terms. And so we are going to have to listen to them first and then come back to you with thoughts on how we might be able to make that connection. But the council members and the mayor, you all will be the key to that, to help us translate, quite frankly, not only what we're hearing, but also we need to present and do it in an education manner. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I had been looking at the mayor and council priorities as stated in our mayor and council retreat back in January. And a lot of the priorities that were listed by my colleagues on the council and I were very, very related to what I'm hearing now in terms of people calling in and leaving their input on how we should be spending our funds. Mayor and council priorities back in January centered around equity, economic opportunities. It's centered around investments in parks and children and youth, investing in crime prevention and community safety. And I just was looking at the sheets that you gave us in explaining the capital budgets for development in departments. And I saw that we do have a Housing First director position budgeted for housing community development. And I believe that the intent of making this particular position a Housing First director is to elevate the importance of that particular position in the context of how we provide services to our community. Housing community development is a huge, very important department in the city of Tucson. We've had these conversations before. And I just want to make sure that that importance of investing in our homeless, houseless community in Tucson is at the level of a director position. I hear you that there is the possibility of making this position a coordinator, but the intent from mayor and council, as I saw it, when the conversations had been happening, is to be able to make that position at par with other department directors, because it's important enough and big enough to have that type of importance. So just want to, clarify the intent of making that particular position such an important piece and having that title, right? And when you mentioned, Mr. Manager, the opportunity to have listening sessions. We've had the opportunity of having those budget town halls with you and Joyce and others. And the reason why I asked like how many people showed up to those town halls is because I want to know if there's interest there in having budget town halls. A lot of people, just hear budget and kind of their eyes glaze. But budgets are an important piece of how we're spending money and how we're investing money in our community. And so we want to make sure that we're hearing people. I know that we have a public hearing later tonight, but I'm curious about the interest in the public for these budgetary town halls.
Mayor, thank you. And I understand the importance of the housing position. My concern, as I mentioned in the memo, is the term director in our world carries with it certain responsibilities that are mostly department, staff, those kinds of things. This position would not have that kind of responsibility. That's why I'm suggesting that you all consider it a little differently. However, having said that, I am not in any way minimizing the importance and quite frankly see them on par with some of the directors and that. So I just wanted to make sure you were clear on that. Was why I put that in the memo. With regard to the budget town halls, we did get some participation, clearly not in thousands and thousands of folks. I think that part of it was it's new. Part of it was, we just started it a couple of weeks ago, and so getting the word out may not have gotten out to folks to participate. My gut is that ultimately utilizing I'll call it your infrastructure of who's out there and guiding us, we may be able to not only increase those numbers, but get to individuals within the community that wouldn't necessarily or otherwise be engaged in this kind of a conversation. Because I think you're right. Oftentimes when people hear, quote, budget, except for Joyce and I, everybody else's eyes glaze over. But we need to try to bring it into a language that people understand and are comfortable with, understanding that they can be a part of this important discussion there. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I really appreciate it. And that's one of the reasons why I asked that you present a summary of projected department funds. It's fund balance, but it's important, for the community to understand the investment that we do in community development block grant. And that maybe that's where you talk, Joyce, about people wanting to more granary information, more specific information as to what does community development block grant mean and how we're investing those funds. How are we investing the home investment partnership funds? The Section 8 funds, how many people does it help? How many families does it serve? I think that's just the type of information that people want to hear. So I don't know, I don't want to take all the time, but I don't know if any other of my colleagues have any questions or comments. Steve is on the queue.
Yeah, thanks. So I have some questions about the budget. I have some question of the budget, but first of all, Mike and or Joyce, in your memo, you indicate there's a grant money for childcare. What funding source are you talking about for that? Is it what we've already allocated through the small business allocation from the strategic plan, or what is your funding for that, funding source for that?
Councilmember Kozaczek, so the dollars for childcare, we were thinking and recommending the CRF fund. I know there's been discussion under the strategic plan of KidCo and all, but there's great need within our community for childcare for those between the ages of newborns to 5 years old who don't qualify for KidCo.
Right. So is that another example of where we need to retain flexibility for the use of those 33 million reserves? Is that what you're saying?
That is an option.
Okay. It wasn't clear to me from your memo what your plans are for the public defender's office. I have stated before that I don't think that office ought to take any kind of a cut because the people that they serve are the least able to bring legal support to the table on their own. So are you still suggesting that we reduce their budget?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, no, sir, we are not. So I think you're probably referring to the May 5th. There was an excerpt out of the May 5th memo that outlined some of the reductions that I would recommend should we have to see a reduction across the board of about 15%. I am not making recommendations at this point for any reductions, and that is in particular for the Public Defender's Office.
Okay, all right, good to hear. You were relying on unfilled vacancies to help balance our deficit this year. Mm-hmm. We're adding 9 FTEs, so that's going to necessarily reduce that ability to use those vacancies to address the deficit. We're also telling our employees that we're in a hiring freeze and that we're not giving them raises and that furloughs are not off the table. So I'm just pointing this out because to me it's an inconsistent message that we're sending to our existing employees that we're adding staff. Now granted, they're all important positions. There's no argument there. But there is a question floating around among our own employees now as to how the manager's message on these Wednesday morning and evening meetings are going versus what this body is doing at the table. Also, today you sent out an update on the COVID-related expenditures, and it indicates an estimate for eligible payroll costs of $27.4 million. We've allocated 24 in the strategic plan. Is it your plan to fill that $3.5 million gap again by going into those reserves in the strategic plan?
I'm going to let either Amber or Joyce, because Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, I think you're referring to the information that Amber sent out this morning.
I don't know who sent it out.
Yeah. Amber, are you still on?
I'm here, yes. Councilmember Kozachik. So what is recorded is a tally to date based on those individuals that we've determined to be eligible for payroll reimbursement through the CRF of their costs up through June 20th. So it is certainly up to the direction of Mayor and Council consideration and direction as to whether or not you want to use more CRF dollars to cover those costs.
The alternative is the general fund, correct?
Correct.
Thanks.
And to be clear, just as a follow-up to that, Councilmember Kozachik, they are budgeted costs. So it's not to say that those costs are an additional hit to the general fund.
Well, I
understand. But based on Treasury, they are reimbursement eligible.
Totally understandable, but we're also looking at a $42.5 million deficit at the start of the next fiscal year, so it's not free money.
And thank you, Amber, because I do think that, even though it's budgeted in the expenses, I think what we're looking at is there enough ongoing revenue coming in to cover the costs.
All righty. Any other questions? One question that I did have on the, let me see, the presentation is called Operating and Capital Budget Development. That you included for us, and there is a portion that talks about under Parks and Rec that talks about KidCo, the program total expenses is $1.9 million. Does that include the CARES Act funds that we, Mayor and Council, budgeted for KidCo?
It does not, Mayor.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that it didn't. All righty. Well, I think that covers it. I do not see anyone else on the queue with any questions. I appreciate you all the work that you've done. It's been incredible. I also want to remind the community that we do have a public hearing today. We are adopting a tentative budget, which means that it is basically adopting the level of expenditure that we're going to have, and that there is another public hearing July 7th for the community to continue giving input to mayor and council. With that, we are going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 3. Item 3, time has been set aside for discussion of the Economic and Workforce Development Committee funding recommendations. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, oh, there we go. Mayor, members of the council. So this is we'll call it an annual conversation around the Economic and Workforce Development grant cycle. As I mentioned, as a part of the strategic plan and the CARES money review, I did ask that Barbara, who leads the group, to rank order the requests so that if additional dollars become available down the road, that the council would already have a rank order on which to consider. That is not my recommendation at this time. It is my recommendation that we stay with the $600,000 that's traditionally been allocated. And with that, I'll turn it over to Barbara Coffey. Barb?
Great, thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of council, good afternoon. The Economic and Workforce Development Selection Committee met 3 times after the deadline for proposals for the purpose of reviewing and scoring proposals received as part of this year's call. This year's RFP was issued with a COVID addendum acknowledging that our community is in an economic crisis due to the current pandemic. The RFP for Economic and Workforce Development solicited proposals in 3 primary focus areas: small business support and development, job training for at-risk adults and youth, and long-term job training. We specifically asked respondents to focus on programs that directly address economic recovery in the wake of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The RFP for special events also asked respondents to focus on events that directly address economic recovery. This program offers a 2-year funding cycle. The FY21 general fund budget includes $600,000 for the grant program, as the city manager mentioned. The committee reviewed all 45 applications received, and each member contributed their scoring, which you see in the matrix in your backup documentation. The request for funding totaled more than $1.9 million. The committee had the challenging task of ranking proposals and recommending funding for the $600,000 allocation. In all service area categories, the committee chose proposals that best demonstrated and quantified direct economic benefits to the city of Tucson, in addition to offering the best approaches to providing programs and events that promoted economic recovery related to COVID-19. The committee was interested in funding as many projects as possible, keeping in mind funding guidance from previous years and balancing its recommendation with past recipient programs having a proven track record, along with some new innovative approaches. The committee was also intentional in its efforts to recommend funding for programs that represented diversity in terms of targeted populations served in the workforce, small business categories, and in terms of ethnic and cultural features in the events category. You can see the committee recommendation for funding for the FY 21-22 grant cycle on your, actually I can show it on your screen, but you have it in your backup. The last thing I wanted to share is that we did make a recommendation for utilizing CARES funding, as the city manager mentioned, but again, we know that that is not a discussion point necessarily for today, but if it warrants in the future. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Oh, and I can also share my screen if you would like me to pull up the full recommendation.
No, Barbara, I don't think we need to see it. I think we all have the backup material. It was really well organized.
Your Honor.
Oh, let me finish my thought, Vice Mayor, and I'll just jump over to you as soon as I'm done. I do see that there was a lot of work and a lot of need. So it must have been very hard for the committee to, you know, go back to just recommending $600,000 worth when there was a $1.9 million ask. And so that just goes to show all of us that the needs are there, and that as we move towards the future, as we start thinking about next year or the next 2 years, that we add additional funds to this particular pot, because many of the needs in the community are very well defined. So with that, Vice Mayor, I know that you have commentary.
Actually, not really. First of all, the committee does a good job. Really hard to, stay in your lane. It's not our job to try to adjust these. This is a fair and as fair as possible we can do process. It comes up every year. So I support the recommendations, but in the interest of transparency and webcast aspect, I think we should allow Barbara to share her screen so at least people who are watching online and stuff can see the list. They can see who applied. They can see the points they got. I know that some people who didn't get awards have already seen it, but I think in the interest of transparency, that would probably be appropriate.
Vice Mayor, just to answer your point, is that all of our items and materials on our items are online for people to view, and so they've been there for about, they've been there for 2 weeks because this item was supposed to happen last Tuesday. But if you'd like to share, Barbara, for minutes, so that
for a couple minutes. I mean,
you can explain also what new projects receive funds from this process, and then we can move on to other questions.
Okay, let me see if I can. Let's see, first units. Actually, that's not the one I wanted. This is the one I want. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I wanted to get to the final. Let's try this again. Come on. Here we go again. Here we go. Okay, now it's coming. So this will be the compilation of the recommendations. And you can see at the top of the chart, I'll scroll through it slowly. The agencies in the at-risk adult category are the top 3 recommendation. And then the funding column for recommended funding for this year is this column here, if you're able to see my cursor. And then you will see the job training for at-risk youth, the 2 recipient organizations recommended there as numbers 4 and 5. This next category for long-term job training, the next 3 are listed. And then as we scroll down, the small business support category, there are 4 organizations here listed. And then the final category here that takes us to the bottom is the events category. And these are the organizations and the funding recommendations here. And you can see 600,000 for our total allocation for this fiscal year grant cycle.
Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate you scrolling through those, and good job. I appreciate all the work done by the volunteer community members that helped with this project. With that, what I'd like to do, I don't see any other questions on the queue. What I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break so that we've been at it since 1:45, and then we can come back for item 4. Let's see, we can come back at 4:05, and we'll still be on time for that. So I'll give you a 10-minute break, and we'll see you here in 10 minutes if that's okay. Alrighty, I'll see you at 4:05, everyone. Please take advantage of your break. community safety pilot program. I wanted to start this conversation by acknowledging how difficult it has been, not just for our community, but for our country. These past few months have been full of crisis and have been tumultuous times in our history. We have been hit with a pandemic, a worldwide pandemic, and painful, difficult times. We have also seen social movement on the pain of systemic racism come out in our country, with deaths of Black brothers and sisters throughout the country. And most recently, we've seen that pain here at our door in our beautiful city with the death of Carlos Adrian and Grim Lopez. I know that this council has been, since we first started our work together in January, we started to talk about how we serve our community, how we invest in our community, and really take a look at the models that we use for community safety, for community investment, how we treat our houseless community, how we treat those Tucsonans that are going through drug addiction, those Tucsonans that need help, behavioral health help. And so some of the framework that I'd like to present to my colleagues on the council, we have holistically been put together, right? I just want to reiterate that the framework that I'm presenting to you today on a new way of providing community safety to our community is something that mayor and council in our departments have already started working on. I'd like to make sure that we formalize. I wanted to present it to you and the community today, and make sure that we make it clear that it is a framework, that one of the most important things we can do with this framework is present it to the community, engage the community, and have the listening sessions that the city manager earlier referenced. Because before we start moving towards reimagining how we provide services and public safety in our community, we need to continue listening to the community, making sure that we add their voices as we take steps towards really preventing what we saw in the death of Carlos Adrian in the city of Tucson. So what I'd like to do, if possible, I'll ask my chief of staff, Elaine Becker, to see if she can share her screen. You all received a memo that I sent to you all. It was around 2:30 yesterday, and I'd like to review it. What I'd like to do is, yes, I think everyone sees it. What I'd like to do is talk about the community safety pilot program, but very immediate policy changes that we can include. And I believe Chief Magnus offered a similar policy change immediately, which would be one, in custody death notifications. We have to provide immediate notifications to mayor and council and the community of any in custody death, similar to the level of notification sent out related to officer-involved shootings, even though information might be preliminary. I think that one important element of this is just providing the community the information within 24 hours. This could help prevent the community's concern of either TPD or the city of Tucson trying to cover up any in custody death that we've had in our community. And number two, and this is something that we, as I mentioned, we've been working on holistically already, that a framework to change how we serve our community, that a program, a pilot program, brings interagency or interdepartmental services and functions together. What I'm envisioning, we already have TC3, which is a program of Tucson Fire. It currently addresses repeat callers that are non-emergency type callers, people that need social workers, people that need to be connected to mental health providers, that we have TC3. We already have our mental health support team within TPD. They work with nonprofit organizations that provide mental health services to our residents. And it has been a nationally recognized program that TPD instituted. And then we also include our new Housing First Director. Our Housing Community Development Department deals with issues of homelessness and social services, that we bring them in. Outreach programs with our Housing Community Development Department. We voted for 8 new social workers. This could be a perfect place within this community safety pilot program of positioning the new social workers. And then, of course, we've been talking about a 311 system to address non-emergency calls. I know the city manager has been looking at the possibility of a 311 system, a 311 program. And then, of course, external partners, which would be nonprofits and direct providers in our community. The thought behind this is that a police officer may not always be the best person to respond to a mental health call. We need trained social workers and specialists for individuals exhibiting physical, emotional, mental, and other types of distress. I know that I've heard from both reform activists and activists in our community and police officers and police department officials that we not always have to send a police officer or a firefighter to a particular call. It is not reasonable, and it's not bad public policy to expect our officers to be able to effectively deal with every single issue that exists in our society. We also need to make sure that we invest in our community, which will help prevent these issues from happening in the first place. And when they do occur, how we respond makes, we have to really evaluate how we respond for each unique situation. The following portion that I'm talking about reimagining is the independent police auditor. We already have this structure in the city of Tucson, right? We have an independent police auditor. We have a community police advisory review board, but we need to make sure that mayor and council and the community have an opportunity to review the work that has been happening internally with the independent police auditor, how the community police advisory review board, the responsibilities that they have, how they work with the independent police auditor, how they work with TPD, and how they report back to the community and mayor and council. The independent police auditor, if you could go back a little bit up, Elaine. The independent police auditor was created along with a community police advisory review board. And what we have seen, and I was talking with a city attorney today, is that it doesn't have a well-defined job description. And this is where I feel, and I've heard from others, that this job description has to be evaluated and has to be revamped and reimagined so that it serves the community, that we need to formalize the reports from the community. It needs to be an independent police auditor that engages that community, that neighborhoods and residents know about this police auditor, that their phone number and email address is readily available for the community to engage with. Also, I'm suggesting that we do thorough community review of the following already established review boards that are community-based within Tucson Police Department. We have the Sentinel Event Review Board, which has had a few years, I believe it has 4 years in existence. It was created by Tucson Police Department, by Chief Magnus and his team. We also have a use of force review board, and then we have a community police advisory review board. In all of these boards, there are community members that make part of these review, but I think that we need to look at how we're working with this framework holistically. And then, of course, I mentioned the Community Police Advisory Review Board. We need to make sure that it has teeth, that community can not only, that this review board not only review internal or reviews the complaints that we receive, but that the Community Police Advisory Review Board also reviews internal complaints. And then, of course, data and metrics for community and mayor and council provide funding for software to track incidents, cases separately from the police department. This would be used by the independent police auditor. Update department website and current dashboards on the department. I know that TPD has been working on data and dashboards and providing and needed an IT investment to be able to do that. And so I think that's moving along. And then, of course, hire a consultant and expand community engagement. In my conversations on this particular piece of the framework, Liana Perez, who used to be our independent police auditor and used to work for the city of Tucson, she is the president, I believe, is the current director of operations for the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. We're very lucky that she lives in Tucson, that she worked for the city of Tucson. As a matter of fact, under Liana Perez, with her being the independent police auditor, she saw into fruition the Community Police Advisory Review Board, really engaged with the community when she was here, and of course is a Tucsonan and knows our systems in the city of Tucson. But key to all of this is community engagement. And before we start instituting all of this that you have in front of you, I really would like to have town halls and listening sessions so that we can put this this proposal in front of the community and receive the input and feedback from diverse segments of our community, so that we can start the action of changing, revamping, reimagining how we provide community safety here. Long-term changes, I have heard that we need additional training for our Civil Service Commission. Our Civil Service Commission is created by charter. We need to discuss comprehensively if and how the Civil Service Commission, as currently defined, supports the goals and objectives of the organization. This commission is tasked with looking at and reviewing cases here in the city of Tucson of how we terminate employees and why. Every single city of Tucson employee has the right to turn to the Civil Service Commission to question why their termination proceeded. So again, it's important for us to act. I know that a lot of this work has been laid before us, and that this particular framework is just a small slice of what needs to happen in our community and in our city, but not just our city, our state, and our federal government. I have been saying that because a lot of social services have been defunded for generations now, we have loaded on police officers and firefighters a lot of society's ills, right? The ills that that we shouldn't send a police officer to deal with. Mental health issues, drug dependency, so many things that we should be investing on the front end, on the prevention end. And so this is a way, just a small piece of rethinking how we do that. We will need to talk about investment from our state, because I also see investing in education as a preventative measure. And we have seen less and less funds for education, our entire country of that. So I will not continue. I want to remind my colleagues and Tucsonans that now is the time to work together, to unify. We are Tucsonans. All of us are going through very difficult time, and now is the time to unify, to be better, because we can be better, and we should be better, and there are ways that we can get better as a city. So with that, I know that my colleague, Councilmember Durham, is on the queue to speak.
I heard from, what is the cost of the hire a consultant step?
I don't have a clue. I know that the city manager will look into that. And so I have no idea, but I do know that we need someone that is from Tucson, that knows the city of Tucson, and that is an expert nationally on leading us through this change.
Okay.
And maybe the city manager might have a better clue of it.
Mayor, Councilmember Durham, I do not know how much it would cost. I would need to explore that, and I plan to do that, given direction from the council.
Okay.
Councilmember Lee is on the queue.
I just have a question for Mike Rankin. I always love to ask on these ideas if he has any concerns with any components of it or anything that we should be aware of, just from a legal perspective, because that is not my strong suit. So I always ask the question.
So, Mayor, Councilmember Lee, and everybody, as we work through this and the structure of the program as it goes forward, there are a variety of things we're going to have to navigate, and where Mayor and Council consideration and action is going to be further required. Just as examples going through the framework that the Mayor has provided, the structure and the reporting structure in particular of the community safety program, which will mix folks from different departments. As the Mayor was describing, it's an interdepartmental program. And so we're going to have to make sure we understand the reporting structure for those employees. For example, it's envisioned to include the members of the MISS team, which are commissioned officers within the police department. So we'll need to preserve the reporting relationship under the appointing authority, which is the chief. But there are ways to do that and preserve that reporting structure and yet support the ideas of the program as presented. Certainly, to the extent that the duties and responsibilities of the independent police auditor are set forth and articulated, what I would envision there is that will be a decision point for the mayor and council by ordinance to weigh in on what the scope of the authority of the IPA is, including things like compensation and what type of role the IPA would play in terms of ongoing investigations. So those would all be set forth in either an ordinance or resolution, which would come to the mayor and council for consideration. Same thing with the Community Police Advisory Review Board, or CPAR. They are actually a board that is existing in the code, in the Tucson Code Chapter 10A, and have been since, I think, 1997. And over the years, those codes have been updated to follow best or better practices for those types of advisory boards that serve in this role. And so as those are adjusted, if they are adjusted, then that'll be ordinance amendments for the mayor and council again to consider. I would expect we'd have study sessions and you'd give direction based on the community input that's going to occur over the next however many weeks and months before any of those decisions are finalized.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. And yes, I envision the community safety pilot program to be under the supervision of the city manager, but of course preserve all of these department services that we have where they are. For example, the Housing Community Development Department and the Housing First Director, they'd stay there. But what I envision is a interdepartmental collaboration so that we approach community safety holistically. A lot of these services, they already exist. And so preserving that, and it will need the buy-in from department directors as well as mayor and council, from the city manager, as well as from the community. So Councilmember Santa Cruz, I believe, has questions and comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we're in the middle of some very challenging times and that the community is asking more of us in this moment. And I just want to make sure or make clear that this is a starting point, that really what we want and what we need is community engagement on this process and what this looks like to have the type of democratic governance that is has a goal of racial justice, economic justice, health justice, all the ways that our community has been failed in the past, and that we do, instead of continuing to put Band-Aid measures in place, that we need to look at the root causes of a lot of our societal ills, and that we can no longer accept that crimes are just a normal part of our community, that we need to be proactive in preventing, because we know that a lot of that is due to lack of housing, lack of jobs, lack of adequate health care. So we need to start thinking in that way and not stay stuck in a model of policing from 100 years ago. So thank you, and I look forward to continuing, this dialogue with our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and that is specifically to that. For some time, for years, I've been talking about how housing community development is one of the most important departments that our city has, and that for far too long we have been treating the symptoms of poverty and need. We have to really change the paradigm and get to the root causes and start attacking the root of a lot of the perils that we suffer in our society, which is homelessness and poverty and the lack of investment in communities of color and marginalized communities and low-income communities. And so, yes, I wanted to present this to Mayor and Council, to all of you in the community, and hopefully you will approve of the framework in front of you. But before we do anything, before we start moving on any of these suggestions, these are just suggestions, we need to make sure that we set up community listening sessions throughout the city, so that we can hear directly from the community as to how they want to change systems with us. And that is at the root of co-governing, and that's the only way that we could see substantial change in how we provide services. We have Steve on the queue, Councilmember Kozaczek.
Yeah, couple of points. First of all, what's the game plan for going forward and starting to secure that input? Is the city manager going to organize that, or Chief Magnus, or who's going to run point on that?
Council member, I would like for community dialogue, just recently created a Racial Equity and Justice Advisory Council that really is bringing a diverse membership into that advisory council. I would love to be able to start this conversation with these community members that have stepped up to want to roll up their sleeves and help. We will be taking this to the Racial Equity and Justice Advisory Council and start the work with each of the council offices and with the city manager as to how these listening sessions will be scheduled and organized along with my council colleagues and the city manager.
So every inch of the city is touched by the police department, and so every inch of the city needs to be a part of that community conversation. It's a completely legitimate conversation. I would also throw in that a couple of constituents presented to me a program that I was unfamiliar with. I guess I'll throw this into Chief Magnus's lap to perhaps look at. It's called the EPIC program. Ethical Policing is Courageous. Kind of speaks to a cultural shift, mindset shift within the department. And so that's something I'd be interested to hear whether or not he's familiar with it, but also toss it into the mix. I don't know the ins and outs of it or the details. I looked at their website and it looked interesting anyway. This is all good long-term community engagement kind of conversation, which I'm fine with that direction. My question is about what we're doing right now to review our own internal policies. And what's troubling to me, and I know to plenty of others, is that we had an incident on April 21st. 3 officers were directly involved, and at least a couple more showed up that we saw from the video. EMTs showed up. I have to assume that there were detectives there. There was some probably homicide people there. So we've got 8 or 10 or 12 people on this site. The tape is reviewed by one person, and one person makes an internal decision as to whether or not that needs to be run up the food chain. Nobody on that scene who saw that or who saw that video felt that was a significant enough incident to alert the area captain or further up the chain of command. And everyone just felt this was another day at the office. And so we need to have a game plan for how we're going to look at that systemic failure. You know, the wider community policing conversation is one, but the intra-departmental policy about how those conversations happen internally is really critical as well. That's all I got.
Right. One of the items that I have in this framework is immediate policy change on in-custody death notifications. So we can take immediate action as mayor and council on this particular piece. I know that Chief Magnus has also changed his internal policy on in-custody deaths and having at least the chief or deputy chiefs review the video as quickly as possible. But yes, there are two conversations going on, right? How do we make sure that we answer the concerns and the questions that the community has on the in-custody death of Carlos Adrian? And then, of course, all of the questions associated with that horrible incident. And then, of course, how we work on that and how we work on changing the way we see community safety. And so if the desire is there, I would like to entertain that there is a motion and explicit support by the mayor and council in changing the in-custody death notifications.
I'll move it. And I'll move it and not with a caveat, but with also the comment that Magnus has already said yes, but also that's a piece of it. But the whole question as to what was happening in people's heads, that incident, which made us a national issue, whereas 2 weeks ago we were a national issue because we were the only agency in the country who was doing the 8 can't wait. I mean, that flip needs some sort of internal regoverning, and so I really want to hear what the chief has to say. Not right now necessarily, because it's not under the umbrella of this item, but what are they doing internally to take a look at that? But that's sort of a long-winded way of saying yes. I'll make the motion.
So there is a motion. Can I get a second for consideration?
I'm sure there's about 10 of them, but I'll second it.
So there's a motion and a second. Any comments or discussion?
Mayor, this is Mike.
Mr. Althea?
Mayor, I just wanted to let you know that I have had some conversations with the chief, and I am going to review those internal policies myself. They will be out of my office. I'm not sure what the chemistry of that will look like exactly, but I do plan to dissect the internal policies. There's concerns. I've heard words like cover up and those kinds of things that cause me concern. And I want to make sure that I have a clear understanding that I can report to you on exactly what transpired and where there's some opportunities for some procedural or policy changes. So I'll be informing you on that as time goes on, but I did want to let you know that is something I am pursuing on my own.
Well, and Mr. Manager, there's also the possibility of a study session item. If the rest of the colleagues want to have this conversation at the table, I think it's appropriate to be able to have the conversation, give the opportunity to our chief to answer any questions that all of us individually in the community might have. And so I can entertain that as well as a study session item, because as you review, Mr. Ortega, the protocols and policies, it's also good to have other pairs of eyes, right? It's good for the community to be able to, that's why I'm in the framework, I do talk about taking a look at not just the decided or not CPARB, which is a community police advisory, but also a review of the event review, Sentinel Event Review Board, and the Use of Force Review Board, and the Community Police Advisory Review Board. That is there, and that's part of community, is part of those boards. So I will be more than happy to entertain a study session if that's where my colleagues want to go. You don't have to answer right now, but the possibility is having that. We do have a motion. We have a second. Any continued discussion? I think Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So my understanding is this draft will be put into play, and the city manager will be, and chief manager will be mainly responsible to draft the policy to come forward. Is that what I'm hearing?
What I'm proposing is that the community safety pilot program be under the supervision of the city manager, and that we work with other departments, including Chief Magnus and TPD, Housing Community Development, and others, so that we all invest time, their knowledge into this pilot program.
Okay. And how much time frame will we give it to draft this, put this in play so it can bring it back to us? Are we looking at 60, 90 days? And I understand that Chief Magnus has already made changes so that notification will be done quickly.
Yes. I envision listening sessions and community engagement throughout the city of Tucson. And so if we can get those done within the next 60 days, and then we come back to the table to start drafting based on the input from the community, start drafting additional items that we'd like this community safety pilot program to be, then we can do that. So I'm being a little flexible, Councilmember Fimbres, because I want to make sure that we have plenty of community input and engagement in this process.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And then I see Councilmember Santa Cruz hands up.
Yes, so I just need clarification on what the motion was that's on the table.
The motion is on the first segment of the framework, which is immediate notifications of in-custody deaths to mayor and council and the community. And it's basically similar to the level of notification sent out related to officer-involved shootings.
Mayor, I just want a point of clarification. I'm glad that Councilmember Santa Cruz asked. So it's just that first bullet point, that number one?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Number one.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second for point one on the framework for community safety. Mr. Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here. Aye.
Mr. Durham.
He might be on mute.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Yes.
Mayor Romero.
Aye, and I just heard that Councilmember Durham was having technical difficulties.
It looks like, Mayor, he was frozen earlier. I think he tried to log off and log back on, so he may just be trying to get back on.
Yes, Your Honor. He's not on right now.
I think he dropped. I don't know, Mr. Clerk, if you, I don't know what to do if you want to give him the opportunity to vote on this item.
Mayor, I think we can call the motion as being approved 6-0.
Okay, alrighty. Then the motion passes 6-0. The other part of what I'd like to make sure that you all have some form of approval of this framework that I presented to you. I don't want us to vote on it, but I just want to make sure that you're all feeling comfortable with this framework as we move forward. knowing that it is just a starting point for community input. So I don't know how to go about that. Maybe having a motion to express approval or express support for this framework so that the city manager understands that we're all bought into this and that we can start investing into it, especially when it comes to spending time with listening sessions and the probability of hiring a consultant. So I would like to entertain a motion for support of this framework.
I so move.
I'll second.
So there's a motion and a second for support of the framework, and that'll give clear direction to the city manager that we can start moving on this. Is that good for you, Mr. Ortega? Okay, great. So there's a motion and a second. Let's do roll call, Mr. City Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much, everyone. Again, I just want to make sure that we're clear that this is a starting point, and we will start discussing community listening sessions throughout every one of our colleagues' wards. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the discussion. We can move on to item 5, which is state and national updates. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issue updates or discussion? Mr. Manager?
Yeah.
Right, I
Mayor,
see you going. So.
Andrew, that's okay. I just had trouble unmuting there. So Andrew, if you could give an update. I know that Ward 5 had asked some questions. So if you don't mind going over those, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the council, a few updates at the request of Council Member Fimbres. First, and perhaps connected to the previous item, and an answer to a question that was for last week's council meeting. We've provided a lot of information on the different police reform bills in Congress, both the House and the Senate, as well as the President's executive order. So that information is in the written materials. I have to provide additional information if needed. Also want to express my gratitude to Tracy Tucker, our federal contract lobbyist, who provided a great deal of information on the subject. So I want to thank her. In addition, Councilmember Fimbres asked about the Postal Service. I know we covered it a little bit earlier today. I do want to also here express some gratitude. Both Senator McSally and Senator Sinema co-authored a letter in support of Postal Service and Cherry Bell Postal Processing Center. So we're grateful to them. And then in addition, Representative Grijalva and Representative Kirkpatrick, along with 56 other House members, co-authored a letter of support for the Postal Service. We've thanked them as well for their support. And as mentioned earlier, there is a crescendo of support for the Postal Service as we go into the next relief bill and as we get closer to the election.
And Andrew, they know our support from the city of Tucson for the Postal District, is it correct?
Yes, they do, Councilmember Fimbres. Thank you. Another subject, Councilmember Fimbres asked about PFAS legislation and the availability of funds for PFAS treatment. There are both the House and Senate National Defense Authorization Acts are moving through their respective bodies. Both have some funding for PFAS treatment or investigation into, for EPA to do their required studies on PFAS. The House bill does provide more money for actual treatment than the Senate bill. We continue to push very strongly for additional funding to deal with issues here in Tucson as relates to groundwater treatment for PFAS. And then last item, that I want to touch on that we didn't touch on earlier in the COVID item. Also in the National Defense Authorization Acts, both in the Senate and in the House, there were amendments added to protect the A-10 mission, which is so important to Tucson and Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. Senator McSally, who serves on the Senate Armed Services Committee, issued an approved amendment in the Senate, and actually Representative Gallego of Arizona, who's on the House Armed Services Committee, put in an amendment to support the A-10 in the House version. So there too, we're grateful to them for their support of the A-10 and its importance to Tucson. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Andrew, is there any funding for, I know Los Aguas organization has been working on trying to find funding for treatment of people that were on bases, that worked on bases that are now sick with cancer and other male illnesses because of their work with PFAS, PFOS, and some of the other things. So I know Camp Lejeune was one of the models that they used, that they provided funding for soldiers that had been stationed there for a number of years. Is there any funding in the bills you know of?
So, Mayor Romero, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, there's a number of different funding streams, not just for treatment of groundwater in these bills. So we'll do a look through and see if there's actual dollars to treat folks who may have been unduly affected, and we'll bring that back to you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. And the other concern is now that President Trump and these folks issued the bill on law enforcement communities, is there any funding there for training and equipment, et cetera, that we could tap into to help us with this committee?
So we'll look into that, based on the mayor and council action on the last item. We hope so. Again, the bills are now still in their respective houses. The House bill did pass the House. The Senate bill hasn't moved forward yet in the Senate. But we will advocate for funding for additional training in anything that is able to get through Congress, as well as look for other grant funding if possible.
Thank you. Please thank Tracy Tucker and her staff for doing such an outstanding job for us too. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Andrew, Andrew, and Tracy have been doing an amazing job. I do want to give some acknowledgement as well to Nate Siegel, my senior policy advisor here in the mayor's office, that really has been keeping up with all of the movement in our federal government and the CARES Act. And so wonderful job to everyone involved. So Tracy has been doing great. Any other updates, Andrew or Mr. City Manager?
No, that's all for me, Mayor.
All righty. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate it. We move on to item 6. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? All righty. Does anyone, item 7 is, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Seeing none, we have a bit of a break. I believe the regular meeting of mayor and council start at 5:30, so we have about 35 minutes to take a break. I do want to clarify to the community, we have been hearing some feedback that the public hearing today for our budget was reduced to half an hour. That is misinformation. That is not true. We will be keeping the hour-long public hearing for our budget discussion and for the community to give us input and feedback. What I would like to do, though, and I think we could give it an additional 15 minutes, so I could extend it to 1 hour, 15 minutes. What I would like to do is limit the commentary at our public hearing for individuals to 3 minutes. That way we can fit additional people at the public hearing. So just wanted to give you all that information. I'm thinking of limiting the speakers to 3 minutes each. That way we can get more speakers in. We are expanding the public hearing to an hour 15 minutes so that we can fit in as many people as possible. And also remind the community that we've included an additional public hearing for our budget on July 7th. And so there's plenty of opportunity to speak to mayor and council at our public hearings. With that, I'll let you go. And regular mayor and council session starts at 5:30.
Do we have to switch up?
I think we.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. We'll see you at 5:30. Take care. Housing Authority meeting. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to start. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Durham.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Finders.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Mr. Mohammed. Mayor Romero.
Here, and I see Commissioner Cunningham.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alrighty. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority Accounting Policy Approval, Resolution Number PHA 2020-003.
City Manager's Communication Number 192, dated June 30th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2020-003 by number and title only.
Resolution Number PHA 2020-003 relating to public housing, approving the Public Housing Authority Accounting Policy Approval and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Chair, I move to pass and adopt resolution number PHA 2020-003.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I have a couple of questions, so we move on to discussion. My questions are, and I see Liz Morales available. My question to item number 2 is, it sounds, as I read, Quality Assurance Division reviewed the Housing Community Development Department in November of 2019. So the work plan was prepared by Quality Assurance Division. My question is, this accounting policy is a corrective action plan for housing community development to follow in order to ensure federal funding. What was the corrective action for the City of Tucson housing community development when goals were placed in Plan Tucson were not met? In other words, what was the corrective action and what goals were not met?
Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners, I'm not sure I have the right answer for you. If I can give you what I think will be helpful to you. So in the QAD is basically the finance auditor for HUD. And in their review, there wasn't a clear policy and procedures that would help dictate what the staff were doing related to the financial reporting. And so the financial policy and procedures was part of the corrective action that they put in their findings in order for us to ensure compliance. And so that's what this policy helps address, that corrective action item. So let me know if that helps answer the question.
It does help, but I have a couple more. With housing community development being on the work plan, in order to implement policies and procedures to ensure that the department continues to upkeep goals outlined by HUD, what will success within the department look like with a waiting list that still has thousands on the waiting list?
I think I understand your question. So the goals of the work plan were more about one of the main items was to complete the findings of the corrective action items of the QAD report. The other items in the work plan were related to one of the things being utilization, increasing our utilization of the vouchers, decreasing vacancies at the Public Housing Authority. Those were the very high level goals. And that would help put us in a good position of being high performing.
what type of accountability measurement would the department create? In other words, we still have thousands on a waiting list. And so what are the measurements that the department will create for ourselves?
So the goal, the accountability and the benchmarks are really across the board. One is that even with a long waiting list, what HUD looks at is our utilization. So we should be above 98% of either our funding that we receive from HUD or our voucher utilization. And so that is the benchmark. And our goal this year is to do over 100% of our funding. And hopefully over time, we will be able to also maximize our vouchers. The wait list, unfortunately, if it does go down, which is an expectation that we will reopen our wait list, because at some point we will exhaust it based on our trend right now of calling people off the wait list. But even after calling everyone off the wait list, we reopen, we'll probably have another large number of people on the wait list. So the benchmarks and performance measures are more about how much we spend our funding and how many vouchers we're using.
Okay, great. Alrighty. Thank you. Alrighty, any further discussion? Alrighty, hearing none. We will have to have every vote on a roll call. So Mr. Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
And Mr. Mohammed?
Right, so I don't know if Mr. Mohammed is on the line, but resolution PHA 2020-003 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority budget approval for public housing asset management projects, resolution number PHA 2020-002.
City Manager's communication number 186 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution PHA 2020-002 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2020-002 relating to Housing and Community Development Department, reviewing and approving the public housing asset management projects budgets developed for the City of Tucson for fiscal year 2020/2021 as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development and execution of HUD Form HUD-52574 and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move we pass and adopt resolution number PHA 2020-002.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution PHA 2020-002 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4.
Public Housing Authority monthly board report on programs and financial operations.
City Manager's communication number 194 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
I motion to approve the monthly board report as presented.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? I do have questions. And it goes back to the wait list, Liz.
Yes.
What are some of the current steps being taken in order to address the large wait list for families in HCD?
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. It is a very important part of the work that we've been doing. since, I would say since September, October, we have pulled over 3,000 families off the list. We've been actively working those and issuing vouchers for those families. We are also using our vouchers to serve those who are homeless with our service providers in the community, and also those who are coming, who have been in the isolation hotels. We're using those vouchers for them as well. So we're actively working and ensuring that we're able to serve as many people as we can with the vouchers as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much, Liz. My other question is much more of a logistical question. Like, what are some of the barriers in reaching families on the waiting list? Is it communication? Is it eligibility? How does it all work?
Madam Chair, I will say this is a very common issue that housing authorities have in dealing with older wait lists. We closed our wait list a number of years ago. And so the number one issue is people not updating their contact information. So when we send out our notification, we only get about 13% response rate. And once we do get those responses, then we quickly are able to assist them. I will tell you, we've even surveyed people who are voucher holders right now. Because we have issued so many vouchers, we were very concerned, especially with the work plan, that we increase our utilization and wanting to understand what was causing delays with people getting into units. I will say during COVID, most of our families are saying that they're not moving because, one, there's not many property managers are saying they're not having any movement in their units. And also people don't want to move because of the COVID. So we're offering support with Housing Search. We're offering deposit and move-in assistance to anyone who has a voucher. So that way we can try to get people placed. But those are some of the barriers that we're hearing.
So the other portion of this item is that there's a financial reporting and a financial plan that we have in front of us. But is there a similar plan, a 5-year plan to purchase properties and build affordable housing?
Madam Chair, under the Public Housing Authority, we don't have funding to purchase properties, but from HCD perspective, we don't quite have a plan yet, and I would love to work with Mayor and Council about how we would do that. We would look at our CDBG funding that we have and develop a plan for developing more affordable housing.
Alrighty, so we're going to have that discussion as we proceed. Okay.
Yes.
I see Councilmember Fimbres with his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the efforts by HCD to collect rent during the COVID-19 pandemic be explained?
Yes, Chair and Commissioner Fimbres, we send out statements to our residents about what their rent collection is. We provided them a few different options on how to pay their rent. But as you know, with the pandemic, our number one goal is to help people who maybe lost their income to make changes to their rent portions if they've lost income. But we are not actively, other than sending out rent statements as to what's owed, but we will work with any and all residents that are having difficulty even paying their rent, maybe because of other circumstances. So we did see a drop in the rent collection. I do think it's because our lobbies are closed and they may not know how to do that. So communicating with our residents is very important and making sure they know how they can do that.
Thank you, Liz. And thank you for your efforts, because I know that housing list has been shortened by tremendously, and for your staff and yourself have been really leading on this, plus the homeless situation that we've been working with for months on finding them adequate during this COVID-19 crisis has been very beneficial. And thank you for your leadership on that also.
Thank you.
That's all I got, man.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Liz, last month, I don't know if it was last month, but it feels long ago. You had said that you had about a goal to house 150 people in June. I'm just curious, did you meet that 150 family or people goal that you set for yourself?
So, Mayor, I will tell you, we were very close. I don't have the final numbers. The last time I looked, I think we were short about 60 from our 150 goal. But that was with 48 people with that, that had submitted paperwork. So I think we could have gone very close. I hope maybe in our next meeting or next monthly board report, I can give you the final numbers, and I think we'll be very, very close to it.
That's excellent. Well, good to hear. Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. Let's see, do we need a roll call, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Motion passes. The motion to approve the monthly report passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's communication number 184 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of April 14th, 2020? And before we get a motion for that, I did look at the meeting minutes, Liz, and what I saw that was missing from the legal action report were the comments submitted by the public. There were a few comments submitted, and I don't know if they're supposed to be added to the legal action report.
Madam Chair, I don't know, but we will attach them just in case to make sure they are part of the record. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. We'll make sure you
find them, and I know that for a fact that we received plenty of commentary from the community. So I just want to make sure that we add these comments to the legal action report for the record.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move we accept the minutes as presented with the addition of the minutes from the last time, make the corrections. Yeah.
So there's a motion. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
The motion to approve the minutes of April 14th, 2020 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 6.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene a regular meeting. Thank you so much, Liz.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Alrighty, Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham?
Will now convene.
Here.
Mr. Durham?
Aye. Here.
Thank you.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Fimbres?
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. I'm hearing some feedback.
Me too.
So there's some feedback. I don't know if it's normal, but let's just.
All Durham mute. There you go. That'll get.
I think we all have to mute ourselves. Alrighty, so roll call. Item 2, invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be given by Ana Marufo, staff member for the City Clerk's Office.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay, I'm ready. Deepen our love for our city and our desire to serve it. Strengthen our power of self-sacrifice for our city's welfare. Teach us to uphold its good name by our own right conduct. Cause us to see clearly that the well-being of our city is in the hands of all its citizens. Amen.
Thank you, Anna. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 169 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none. May I get a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
So moved. Second.
Alrighty, thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve the appointment of Nathan Kapler to the Design Review Board. I would like to thank Nathan Kapler for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 170 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are current events and activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I have one.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Be heard and be counted and fill out your 2020 U.S. Census questionnaire. This helps our community to receive our fair share of federal funds, as well as to help to make decisions for roads, schools, hospitals, and public programs. Responses are confidential, and they are received by you and other homes across Tucson to compile to produce statistics for Tucson. For more information, go online to 2020census.gov. Voter registration deadline. The voter registration deadline for the August 4th Arizona primary is Monday, July 6th. It is not too late to sign up and register to vote, as well as to sign up to get your ballot mailed to your home to the permanent early voting list. For more information, call the Pima County Recorder's Office, 520-724-4350, or go online to the recorder.pima.gov. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any additional summary of current events?
Hey, Mayor, I have something.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, we remember the 19 Granite Mountain hotshots who perished in the 2013 Yarnell Hill fire, the deadliest U.S. wildfire over the past 80 years. We extend our deepest sympathies to the families, friends, and fellow firefighters of the 19 brave men who gave the ultimate sacrifice while protecting the communities around Prescott, Arizona. I especially want to recognize the Warnicki family here in Pima County. We will not forget Billy and Roxanne. Our hearts are with you today. As the Bighorn fire spreads to over 100,000 acres here in Tucson, we thank our firefighters and hotshot crews for keeping our community safe and pray for their safety as they continue to battle the fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Alrighty, thank you so much. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 171 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
No report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication 172 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, in this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have one request for new license. Under item 5D, we have one request for sampling privileges. And under item 5E, we have one request for agent change acquisition of control. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1, D1, and E1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
There's a motion.
Motion carries by 7-0.
Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye.
Alrighty, now that the second part of that motion happened, we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience. Your Honor, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the call to the audience has been canceled for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through M.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the items on the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is Tucson Code amending Chapter 10, Fiscal Year 2021 Compensation Plan Schedules. Item C is a labor agreement extension with the Communication Workers of America. Item D is an agreement amendment with the Tucson Presidio Trust for historic preservation for operation and maintenance of Presidio San Luis. Item E is a pre-annexation and development agreement with the Cal Canyon Trust. Your Honor, this item is going to be continued at the request of staff.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, you had some feedback there. So anyone that's on the meeting call, can you please make sure that you're muted? Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Item F is real property approving a ground lease with New Singular Wireless PCS Public Safety Training Academy and Wireless Communication Facility. Item G is the final plat S19057, the Bridges Subarea Block 4, Block 10, Lots 1 through 10, and common areas A and B. Item H is a final plat Mojave Stone, Lots 1 through 3. Item I is Tucson Code amending Chapter 23B, the Unified Development Code, extending the sunset date relating to the sign code. Item J is finance, sale of general obligation bond series 2018-A. Item K is finance, proposed sale of water system revenue obligations series 2020. Item L is real property purchase and termination of lease agreement with the Tucson Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, city-owned property located at 465 West St. Mary's Road. Item M is intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration for federal matching funds for graduate medical education at Tucson Medical Center. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor. So an appropriate motion would be to approve consent agenda items A through M with the exception of E.
May I have a motion, please?
I move we approve the matters on the consent agenda with the exception of item E.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kazachi.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote 7-0. Councilmember Lee.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote 7-0.
Do we need to remind folks to mute? Where are we getting the delayed feedback?
Councilmember Lee?
I think my hand was up, but I put it down on, may have been an accident, but I don't have any comments.
Okay, alrighty. So we just passed the items on the consent agenda. We had a separate item that we wanted to consider separate, or?
No, Your Honor, we were continuing item E.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to item 8.
Public hearing, City of Tucson recommended annual budget for fiscal year 2021. This item is continued from the meeting of June 9th, 2020.
Okay, so item 8. I was just debating on moving a particular item for discussion first, and then going into the public hearing if you will grant me that privilege. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I move items around? I was going to address item 13 first, have a discussion for item 13, and then go to the public hearing. Is that okay?
As long as the council is fine with that, we can do that, Your Honor.
Yeah, colleagues, we have item 13, let's see, which is ordinance 11765. I'm sorry, is ordinance number 11746. That's item 13. I have the wrong number on my book. So everyone okay with that?
Is which ordinance? I don't have it. Which ordinance are we talking about?
Item 13, which is ordinance 1746.
That's the crime scene ordinance?
That's the prohibits entry into police restricted areas.
Okay, I have a suggestion also, and as much as we're shifting around, because this could take a while, is that Nikki's got a zoning thing that's coming up that she may have people online hanging on. That's item 9, the Voyager manufactured home thing. It's your item, Nikki, but I'm just saying.
Would you, Councilmember Lee, would you like to move that around as well, just in case you have people waiting for this item?
That would be great. I'm super flexible if we do have people.
Alrighty. So if you do have people for your item, let's see. Which item is that? Item
11.
Item 11. Alrighty. Everyone feel okay with moving item 11 and then we go to item 13? Yes? Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry, we're moving things around a little bit, but I just want to make sure that we're allowing for those issues that we have to deal with first. So item 11, Mr. Clerk.
Zoning C91917 Pantano Voyager Road RX1 to MH2 City Manager's Report.
City Manager's communication number 179 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by Lexi Wellett of the Planning Center on behalf of the property owner, Voyager Cove Land LLC, to rezone approximately 64 acres from RX1 to MH2 zoning. The zoning site is located on the southwest corner of Pantano Road alignment and the Voyager Road alignment, approximately 2,000 feet east of Cove Road and 2,000 feet east of Interstate 10. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the MH2 zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Walking up to the podium.
Just want to ask again, do you, Mr. Clerk, do you see the applicant or a representative of the applicant on the call?
No, Your Honor, I do not see. I do not see her in the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay. Councilmember Lee, what is your pleasure?
Yeah, so in my discussions with the applicant, it was pointed out that there are about 32-story homes in Sycamore Park immediately abutting this property's southern boundary. So while I support the intent of condition number 14 to make sure this project is compatible with the surrounding homes, this condition results in the proposed development being more restricted than the existing development next door. Therefore, I'd like to propose a small modification to this condition that would allow them to have 2-story homes only where the lot adjacent to an existing 2-story home. And while continuing to restrict the lots next, feedback is really bad. Restrict the lots next to existing single-story to single-story. The applicant offered to extend this condition to apply to the west side, which was not addressed in the original wording. I support this change because it maintains the entire northern boundary as a single-story, where it's next to a single-story Voyager resort development and matches up like to the homes in Sycamore Park. So I move to approve C9-19-17 Pantano Voyager rezoning with the modification to condition 14 to read: along the north, south, and west boundary, lots in the first tier of homes shall be restricted to single-story, except where the lot abuts an existing 2-story home.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second, and I just want to make sure that without the applicant or the representative of the applicant present, that we can move forward. Mr. Rankin, would you be able to guide us on this?
Mayor, members of the council, you can move forward if that's what you choose to do.
Alrighty, thank you so much. What is the council's pleasure? I believe we have a motion.
Your Honor, the applicant is online now.
Alrighty, good. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Madam Mayor, yes, we are agreeable to the conditions as stipulated by staff.
Alrighty, and just for the record, can you introduce yourself and if you're the say if you're the applicant or a representative of the applicant?
Madam Mayor, absolutely. My name is Lexi Wellett, and I am the project manager working on this. I represent the property owner, and I work for the Planning Center, which is located at 2 East Congress, Suite 600 here in downtown Tucson.
Thank you, Lexi. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, Ms. Wellett.
Thank you.
Now we move on to item 13.
13.
Tucson Code amending ordinance number 11746 adopted on April 21st, 2020, and which prohibits entry into police restricted areas and establishes penalties for interfering with police investigations or enforcement activity, suspending and delaying effective date to provide for public engagement process activity. Ordinance number 11765.
City Manager's Communication number 191 dated June 30th, received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read 11746 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11765 relating to crimes and offenses, amending ordinance number 11746 as adopted and approved by the Mayor and Council on April 25th, 2020, which amended Chapter 11, Article 1 of the Tucson Code by adding new sections 11-70.3 and 11-70.4, establishing police restricted areas and penalties for interfering with police investigations or enforcement activity, suspending and delaying the effective date of ordinance number 11746 until October 1, 2020, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. So actually, I wanted, when we first brought this up about having a 90-day review process, and so putting this on hold, I feel that after the events that unfolded last week, that I believe it was a mistake to move forward with ordinance 11746, even as a pilot, without a robust process for community input. I understand that I I want to request that we completely repeal the ordinance, but that to do that, that would have to come back to mayor and council. So I move that the mayor and council adopt ordinance number 11765 in order to immediately suspend and delay the effective date of ordinance 11746, but with the additional direction that the city attorney prepare an ordinance to repeal ordinance number 11746 in its entirety and bring that ordinance back to mayor and council consideration and approval on July 7, 2020. The ongoing expectation of the mayor and council is that all future ordinances relating to police matters undergo a public input process in advance of consideration by the mayor and council.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vice Mayor Cunningham.
I just want to, well, I'm in support of this motion all the way, and I feel that it's appropriate. I just want to, kind of want a parliamentary question, a procedural question, if you will. Why can't we make a motion to reconsider and just repeal it now? I'm just trying to understand from a procedural point. I'm pretty sure we can reconsider the previous ordinance. Did the reconsider route not get discussed, or has that option already expired? I'm just curious.
Mr. Rankin.
Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor Cunningham. The council does have the authority to reconsider prior actions, but to do that, we have to actually agendize it as a matter to be reconsidered. Reconsideration is actually a two-step process, and we have to agendize the item as reconsideration of the prior action. That gets voted on first, and then if that happens, then you can reconsider and change the earlier direction. The reason that didn't happen here is because this got scheduled pursuant to the direction of the council that was pretty specific, which was put it on to amend it to suspend it for 90 days. And so, and with direction to staff to engage in a public process. And so that's how we agendized it. And so, yes, the answer to your question generally is you can do that, but that's not how we scheduled it.
Look, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
Yep.
Things coming back. No big. I understand. So we'll immediately suspend, and then we'll schedule a repeal, a formal repeal. But either way, I was just curious. No problem.
Alrighty, so we have a motion and a second, and I would like to include for the record that I too feel as though the process of community engagement and input is very important. At the time that this ordinance was adopted, we felt that there was community engagement with all of the incidents and what is happening throughout the country in terms of this issue. I feel that it is important that we repeal, and that if there is continued dialogue and conversation and engagement with the community, that leads us to relook at an ordinance such as this, then there, that would be good. So with that,
I have a question, comment.
Sure. Steve, go ahead.
So I totally understand the concern about the process, and would completely support our doing that 90-day discussion period or whatever we're calling it. That's completely valid. And yet, think of the video. None of our employees should have to go to work and be subjected to that. The issue at hand in this ordinance has nothing to do with the rest of the dialogue that's happening. And so while I understand the intent and what's happening here, my concern is over subjecting our employees to what we saw in that video. And my preference would be to keep it on the books, do the 90-day conversation period or input period, realizing that we have had zero complaints about it, and even the ACLU in the letters that they wrote spoke to the procedural issue, but we're unable to come up with any substantive problems with the ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Ready, there's no one on the queue. There's a motion and a second. Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Rick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kazajic.
No.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes by a vote of 6-1. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for letting us move things around. Now we move over to item 8.
Item 8 is public hearing, City of Tucson recommended annual budget for fiscal year 2021. This item is continued from the meeting of June 9th, 2020.
City Manager's communication number 193 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this time and place is legally advertised for a public hearing to provide the public with the opportunity to comment on the fiscal year 2021 recommended budget. This public hearing is scheduled to last for 1 hour, 15 minutes. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak? And
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, I have a list of speakers. Again, I want to remind the community that because we do have a long list of speakers, I would like to fit in as many as we possibly can. So, Mr. Clerk, please put the clock to 3 minutes per speaker. Again, I'd like to remind the speakers to have decorum and respect to the mayor and council and the public present, and appreciate you if you hear others that have already made your point. If you'd like to be recognized and agree with a previous speaker, and then allow for others to your time. So with that, Mr. Clerk, we're starting the public hearing. And we will start with Jillian Bessett. Jillian Bessett, are you on our phone call?
She does not appear to be on, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Then Sean Seba. Is our next speaker. Mr. Clerk, do you have Sean Seba available?
He should be on, Your Honor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, I just want to thank Madam Mayor and Council for the opportunity to speak on the matter of the budget. I have not been paid to speak. I'm just speaking from the heart here. I'm a social worker for the last 25 years. I've been working in Tucson for the last 20 as a social worker, working with kids involved with DCS as a therapist. I've also have experience as a police social worker, and I'm speaking on the matter of the budget for the police department. I really believe at this point it's immoral to have a police department whose funding is 1/3 of the budget, while Parks and Rec and other parts of the budget are not funded to the level that they should be, including housing, which you guys were speaking about before. My concern about it is that if we have a police department that's funded at that level, and we don't have funding in place for things like Parks and Rec to an appropriate level in housing, that people are actually getting into trouble because they're not involved with Parks and Rec and they don't have housing. And if we can cut part of that budget, defund the police budget to some level, then we can fund these things appropriately and avoid the problems that the police get involved with. I don't think the police should be going out. One other issue about this is I don't think the police should be going out and dealing with mental health issues and substance abuse issues without the help of a trained social worker. When I looked at the video, the horrible video of what happened with Mr. Ingram Lopez, I thought to myself that if we had a trained social worker there, the outcome might have been different.
I gotta turn it off because I have it on the phone.
We are hearing, can you make sure whoever's on the call, can you make sure that we're all muted unless you're asked to speak, please, out of respect for other speakers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, so what I'm speaking about today is I'm hoping that the council will have and the mayor will have the political courage. I know that it would be a difficult effort on your part politically to do this, to cut the police budget and support efforts to fund things that will actually keep people out of trouble, and to support efforts to hire more social workers or hire some social workers to actually work with the police. I understand that would take a lot of courage. So I would hope that you have the courage to make that happen. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Sean. Really appreciate your voice. The next speaker is Morgan Toon.
Hello.
Hi there.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Morgan Toon. Can you all hear me all right? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm an unpaid speaker. I want to thank you for this opportunity. So much has happened since we last spoke, but it feels like so little change. If you haven't heard us loud and clear, we want the resignation of Chief Magnus gladly accepted on behalf of the people of Tucson. What happened in that video is appalling and it's unacceptable. I know it, you know it, Magnus knows it. That's why he offered his resignation in the first place. Mayor Romero, please do not turn your back on the people when you know this is wrong, as you have said in many statements of your own. Despite the cause of death, there is no excuse for this lack of transparency, and we demand accountability. What trust can we possibly have with law enforcement and our government when, while our cries for defunding and budget reallocation are condemned, this is what's happening right in our own backyard, all while being touted by Chief Magnus as one of the most progressive around? Progressive isn't enough, and it's not going to cut it for us anymore. We thank you for the budget tool provided and ask that you take all participation very seriously. We're no longer suggesting you fix the budget, we're demanding it. Police brutality is an issue all on its own for people of all color across the country, but it's the systemic racism within this country that allows police brutality to disproportionately affect minorities and particularly the Black citizens in this country. We don't get to separate ourselves from the conversation because we live in our little Tucson bubble. Systemic racism is real. It exists right here in Tucson, and until we pour money back into our communities, education, housing, and transportation, this will never change. Arizona is ranked the third worst public education system in the country. TUSD has been a mess for years. Let's dump money there. Until we push for real education and start talking about what really makes up American history, nothing will change. There shouldn't have to be a Black History Month. Black history should be accurately represented as a massive part of American history that it is. So I ask Mayor and Council, what is Tucson's plan to rewrite the history books and teach our children some truth? The whitewashed curriculum that we push in our poorly funded classrooms is a huge reason we are where we are today. I realize defunding is a difficult topic to grasp for many, but please everyone realize that every single model out there, and there are many, has someone on the other end of the phone when we call 911. If you're a citizen listening in thinking this is absurd, I urge you to do the research and learn how this is a very real future for us. And if you're listening and agreeing but have yet to make your voice heard, please step up and start writing and speaking up to our honorable mayor and council. We have a budget to submit, and I get that. But even without sucking TPD dry overnight, there's plenty of budget available that can simply be reallocated. Imagine a world instead where a man naked on drugs calling out for his grandmother is assisted by mental and behavioral health professionals who are thoroughly trained for exactly this type of encounter. We send individuals with less than 6 months of training to handle issues that other countries often train their officers for years and don't see anywhere near the level of police brutality that we have in America. Imagine also someone coming to help him who actually speaks his language. I'm sure you all are well familiar with the demographics of this city, so please tell me how our officers can protect and serve people they aren't even able to communicate with. Officers absolutely should be required to take. Thank you.
Morgan, thank you so much for your time. Alessandra Lizotte. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Alessandra Lizotte.
Not on the line, Your Honor.
Not on the line. Julie Baldino.
No, Your Honor.
Lexus Stokes.
No, Your Honor. The next one would be Connor Kingston.
Connor Kingston. Alrighty, I'm going to move on to Daniela Griffin.
She's not on, Your Honor.
Sarah Erickson. Sarah Erickson.
She should be on, Your Honor. She's muted. You need to hit *6 on your phone.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Sarah Erickson, a Tucson resident in Ward 2. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. So our community, like the U.S. at large, has lost trust with the police on account of their murderous behavior and institutional roots. Police, as we know, needs to be abolished so an organization that rightfully protects the people can rise. And so I hope you listen to the following concrete ideas that we can implement in TPD to remake our community police departments to serve the people. Make officers' records transparent and open to the public. Have TPD go through a rehiring process. Implement implicit bias training and make implicit bias testing part of the hiring process. Require historical course on the exception of the police force and minority studies during police training. Install a code of force, a standard use of force procedures that focuses on keeping a situation as de-escalated as possible and outlines the specific steps officers are trained to follow in every single routine emergency response. This code of force should be used in a court of law when investigating officer misconduct. Require that officers document reason for any force. Implement quarterly training to ensure consistent checks on implicit bias, mental health, and safe response techniques. Charge covering of body cam footage as obstruction of evidence. End incentives and quotas for arrest. Require independent investigations on officer misconduct. Implement a 3-strike rule where officers who have 3 acts of misconduct are not only terminated but are not able to be hired by other precincts. Be a vocal advocate on overturning qualified immunity. And finally, the most important, defund the police. Police officers are expected to handle all our societal problems, and it is time that we allocate resources to training more qualified response groups. Tucson, in fact, already has organizations with first responders who are trained to help with mental health, elder and youth resources, domestic violence and sexual assault, homelessness, and substance abuse. Tucson has these community-wide 24-hour crisis lines and organizations, and I have sent in this information to the city clerk for your reference. You as our city council are not alone in dealing with this problem. I urge you to decriminalize poverty, homelessness, addiction, and mental health issues. I also hope that you as our local politicians can put pressure on our state government to decriminalize drug abuse, to stop a level of voter suppression with felony-related drug usage, and not disable our people from opportunities of career and economic success through drug-related crime usage on their records. Tucson is distinctly a diverse city, and we carry the responsibility more than most to protect our people of color. As a Mexican-American woman and Tucsonan, I would be immensely proud if we could be an example to the United States on how to celebrate and protect diversity. I hope that you recognize the gravity and potential that you have to make this change. I thank you for your time and yield the remainder of mine.
Thank you, Sarah. Brandon Shimoda.
He's not on, Your Honor.
Jeremy Sarziski. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name. Jeremy Sarziski.
He's not on, Your Honor.
Larissa Allen.
She's on, Your Honor. She may need to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Here you go.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Madam Mayor Romero and Tucson City Council members, my name is Larissa Allen. I am here with a plea not to defund the Tucson Police Department. I'm a taxpayer, I am a local doctor, I am a wife, and I am a mother. I am a wildcat, and I am a Tucsonan. My family moved here in 1980, and I remain a supporting member of the Tucson community to this day. My husband is also a graduate of the University of Arizona, and we raise our family, which includes 3 children, here without reservation. Prior to parenthood, we discussed whether we felt comfortable to raise a family in Tucson and the Tucson area. I had and continue to have options to work elsewhere due to the need for individuals in my subspecialty. But my dedication and love for the city keeps us here, not to mention considering Tucson a safe place to raise our children. I have been closely following the current events in our country and those developments in the city of Tucson. I heard Chief Magnus recently discuss the Tucson Police Department's approach and response to the changing environment of our country's police, and understand that our Tucson Police Department is as progressive in training and de-escalation and transparency as they come. I am extremely concerned about any consideration to defund the police department. Within the last decade, the Tucson Police Department suffered many budget cuts and declines in funding, aka defunding, for various reasons. Even with these cuts, these officers continue to fulfill their mission to protect and serve the city of Tucson in a fair and transparent way. Additionally, they found a way to stay at the forefront of progressive policing, receiving notoriety across the country in many different areas, including the mental health support team. Other programs like the Park Safety Program, Homeless Outreach Program, Substance Use Reduction Teams are already in place to help de-escalate many difficult situations prior to formal police intervention. In my opinion, with decreased funding, increased public and political scrutiny, for this department to achieve this success is nothing short of miraculous. But if further funding decreases occur, these proactive and preventative programs will inevitably go by the wayside. When the police department's budget personnel costs consist of about 85% of their budget, any monetary cuts will certainly result in fewer officers, less training, and ultimately longer police response times. Will you, Mayor Romero, be willing to cut your personal security detail currently provided by the police department also? As I listen to individuals consider defunding the Tucson Police Department, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that proceeding with further cuts or withdrawal of their funding will make Tucson a place I don't feel safe raising my children, and as a result, a place I may no longer want to call home. In medicine, although I don't know exactly what each day of work may bring, for example, informing a patient of a new diagnosis of cancer or a new chronic autoimmune disease diagnosis, and no matter how difficult I feel my day at work has been, I never feel that my personal safety at work is in jeopardy. I can't imagine what it's like for a police officer to go to work every day not knowing if their numerous encounters that day, they could die. I can't imagine the sacrifice that they make every single day for Tucsonans, how devastated they must be to hear that their community no longer supports them. It is thus my plea to you as our mayor and city council, elected leaders of this city of Tucson, do not defund the police department. We need our peace officers now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. I thought I heard Jeremy Sarsiski, I believe is the last name. Mr.
Can you hear me?
Is this Jeremy?
Yes.
Okay, Jeremy, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Thank you, Council. Let me begin by saying I don't want to sit and continue to dwell on the video we all watched of Carlos Ingram Lopez's death. We all saw how horrible it was. We all saw the tragedy that happened. The thing I want to focus on is what's happened since then. Since that video has come out, our own Tucson Police Union, the Tucson Police Officers Association, has started to wage a public media campaign against the city council. They've posted repeatedly on Facebook calling out not only the city council as liars, but council member Santa Cruz in particular. They've called. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. They have, and in doing so, they've tried to mobilize the people against the democratically elected city council. The police have made it clear they don't represent the people of Tucson. They don't represent Carlos Ingram Lopez. They didn't represent his family. They weren't there to protect him. They weren't there to serve him. And they're not protecting, they're not serving the people of Tucson. They're protecting and serving themselves. And by asking the people of Tucson essentially to go to war with the city council, the people we elected, they've turned their back on the very democracy that is crucial to their existence.
Oh, she is, okay.
Having said all of that, I was glad to hear, what did make me happy was when Mayor Romero said that she was calling for an expansion of the Office of Professional Standards, calling for stronger civil involvement, civilian involvement, and calling for independence in mental health and substance abuse evaluation. Those are things we desperately need. We need those in order to make sure that Tucson is safe and to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Reform of the police doesn't work. There was an article, 538, Nate Silver's outfit put out about a week ago about how every time reform has been tried, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because police disguise statistics, they massage statistics, they do everything they can in order to prevent it and obfuscate it. What does work, what has worked time and time again, is defunding the police, is providing better social services, providing crime prevention. That's what we need to do. So following up on Mayor Romero's call, I'm asking, I'm begging, we're all begging, the citizens of Tucson are all begging you to do those things and more. Take the money from the police to do those things and to serve the city of Tucson, to serve the citizens that the police have so poorly neglected and turned their back on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to remind people that are waiting to speak on the call, please mute yourself because we can all hear the background noise that you have. So with that, I'd like to continue with Stephanie Araiza.
She's not on, Your Honor.
Theodore Scheffler.
We don't have him on the line either, Your Honor.
Tim Cessolini.
Yes.
We have Tim.
You may need to unmute your phone.
Hello?
Okay, there you are.
My name is Tim Cessolini. Thank you for having me here. I come to you this afternoon as a member of the Pueblo Gardens Community Association and as a member of this great city of Tucson. I want to talk about the budget and defunding the police department. Defunding the police department at a critical time like this is a ludicrous idea beyond belief. Pueblo Gardens has had a long-standing relationship with Tucson Police, especially Ward 5 Southside Substation, working with Captain Strider, Sergeant Corrales, Sergeant Scooby, and the multiple street officers like Officer Acosta on a regular basis. This has not only helped to keep our community safe, but has also being a part of the community has helped open doors and keep the constant line of communication open. The Tucson Police have participated in multiple community projects, including most recently driving in the parade to honor our pre-K and kindergarten students this spring. To defund the police, who would you call when someone is breaking into your home or businesses? Instead of defunding the police, why not create an advisory board of citizens, police, city staff to come together to discuss and review what tactics should and should not be used, how to better interact with the communities you serve. Because some officers come out of area and into others and get bossy at times because they don't know that particular area. They don't interact with that community. We need more police and community representatives. We have had bike cops in the past and they work well during daytime hours. We have cops for the parks, and they are working well. We need to come together and get on the same page with all of the community. When we have our monthly meetings, we have officers show up, get involved. Chief Magnus has been diligent in working with not just the officers, but also the neighborhoods. His leadership is above and beyond the call of duty. He listens not just to city officials, but he listens to the community members. Pueblo Gardens is one of the diverse neighborhoods, and so many of us having a police department that works closely with us and not just the board members speaks volumes. The support between police and community is strong and needs to continue to grow. It helps to get the officers out of their cars and talking. Wouldn't you rather have a cop come up to a bunch of kids and they sit there and say, oh, wow, great, we're going to be able to play games with this cop, instead of the kids going, oh, great, here comes the cops again. These are the type of community actions that we need for them to be public figures and not a bad mark on our city. I had a lot more, but I know I'm limited on time, so thank you guys for your time. And I will email this to Ward 5 and Kathy or Nikki Lee. Thank you guys.
Thank you, really appreciate it. We have Elaine Larison.
Not on, Your Honor.
Amber Ortiz.
Not on, Your Honor.
Britt Palomares.
Not on.
Denise Roberts.
Not on, Your Honor.
Rosemary Dietz.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rosemary, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Rosemary.
Hello.
Hi, Rosemary.
Hi, this is Rosemary.
Thank you. Have 3 minutes.
My name is Rosemary B. Thank you very much for listening, for taking the time to take my call. My name is Rosemary D. I just wanted to say that defunding the police will leave vulnerable populations open to more abuse and traumatic experiences. You would be robbing them of quick protection. A crisis line isn't going to protect the victim. They have to be able to call. They have to stay safe while they're calling. It doesn't help with domestic violence. As we've seen in the news, when they talk about 911 calls that they're calling for pizza. Is a social worker going to be able to come to their house and protect them? I don't think so. And then who will you send to crime scene? Because you will have more crime scenes. It'll be too late for a social worker intervention. And how will those replacements, if you defund the police, how will those replacements be trained and who will they be? So the police officer goes to every scene to protect and serve with his or her whole life. You know, 98% of the police department above board. And yes, put in place the way to get rid of the bad cops, the bad policemen who have had some type of violation. So make it easier to get them off the force. So you train them better for health crisis intervention methods and other types of trauma-informed care. Not soft, politically correct trainings to check a box. Real, hard, good training. And then everything that's going on now, it's creating animosity and you're putting a target on the backs of police officers. It's unsafe for them to do their job. Their families aren't safe. If they can't even wear their uniform to and from their home because their family is going to be targeted, that's not safe. So you take the police department out, we're even less safe. So we need to have solid, dependable officers to serve and protect us. Put those things in place. Give them better training. And then put some more training into the city for parks and things, but make sure that those items really are used, because it's 120 degrees. Who's going outside? So if you run out the police, how are you going to replace them? Really think carefully about how that's going to look, because people's lives are on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Trevor McNamara.
Not on, Your Honor.
Luke Mascarinak. Luke Mascarinak.
Hi, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Luke, if I butchered your name.
That's okay. Honorable Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm not a paid speaker. I'm speaking my own opinion. And I'm speaking as someone who was born and raised in Tucson, specifically in the Coronado Heights neighborhood. Most of you are probably aware that that neighborhood is a site of great systemic poverty and violence by the police. It's essentially been abandoned by the city in many ways. And as someone who grew up there, I can firmly say that what parts of Tucson, underserved parts of Tucson need is not more police, is not police at all, but is funding to essential services like public transit, education, social welfare. The list goes on and on. Tucson lags behind in so many of these ways, and I call on you today to defund the Tucson Police Department and redirect funding to these critical services that are chronically underfunded. I'd also like to address what some previous callers have been talking about in terms of safety. Several callers have brought up the issue of safety in Tucson as an argument against defunding the police. And as we've seen recently, plenty of people don't feel safe around police officers. Police presence didn't make Carlos Adrian Ingram Lopez more safe. It ended his life. I firmly believe that what Tucson needs, most Tucsonans need to feel safe and secure in their community is properly funded services like I described before. And I also want to sort of address things that have been talked about in this and previous meetings in terms of the city council forming action committees, planning committees to discuss the impact of Tucson Police Department and the possibility of defunding. I applaud those efforts, and I realize that these kind of committees are probably necessary to move forward with any such plan to defund, but so many residents of Tucson are already fully aware of what they need, what our city needs. And so I call on you to take swift, concrete action to defund the Tucson Police Department and make our city a better place for everyone to live in. Thanks. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Luke. Our next speaker is Brayton Brandis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Brayton Brandis. I'm a student at the University of Arizona, and I'm an unpaid speaker. It's recently been made public that a man by the name of Carlos Ingram Lopez has died while in Tucson Police Department's custody. And Tucson is one of the very few cities in America that already follows the 8 can't wait policies, and we have a very progressive police chief. The fact that we have one of the most forward-thinking police forces and people are still dying in custody is completely unacceptable. People don't deserve to die because of minor crimes and misdemeanors. Every single person in America is guaranteed the right to life. Yet the police have the power to take away this right at almost any time they wish at their own discretion, and this is completely unacceptable. Despite our forward-thinking police force, people's rights are still being stripped away without repercussions. We cannot allow this to continue. The police cannot be reformed. They must be removed from our society if we wish to maintain our rights as Americans. One way we can do this is by removing every single officer who has had any complaints filed against them pending a full investigation by an independent civilian review board composed of Tucson citizens not related to police officers. In addition to these removals, including the accepting of Chief Magnus's resignation, the police's overextended budget is to be allocated towards transportation, education, mental health care facilities, drug rehabilitation programs, and homeless sheltering programs. The previous speaker mentioned that we already have these programs in place, then we must adequately fund them. Another previous speaker mentioned, what about domestic violence? And they're correct. Police should be called for things such as that. But what about homeless people, drug users, and racial minorities? These people cannot rely on the police. They are the populations that trained social workers can help. These deaths don't just happen within prisons. It's well documented that in custody deaths like this occur at alarming frequency at ICE detention centers. Rather than criminalizing wanting to find a better life for yourself and your family, we need to help them reach it. We need to provide a streamlined process to help naturalize undocumented immigrants. We are right on the U.S.-Mexico border. Tucson is a city with a very large immigrant population. If we want to keep them along with other racial minorities safe, we must look at systems like police, prisons, and our immigration laws and see how their policies are actually affecting the Tucson population, not just in theory. It's a sad reality that slavery was never truly abolished. It was simply moved over to prisons. This incentivizes police officers to incarcerate the most vulnerable in our society for their own gain. Even worse, for-profit prisons are making money off of this slave labor in Tucson. If nothing else, we must completely outlaw for-prison profits and cut Tucson's police funding. The police can keep the community safe without 1/3 of the city's budget. Black Lives Matter, always. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Brayton. Carol Lee. Carol
Lindley. Carol Lindley.
Lindley. I'm sorry. I have Lee.
That's okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay,
Carol.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I have listened to everyone, and many of the speakers this evening have voiced the opinion of all Tucsonans. And I would just like to say that I do not agree with that. I'm speaking for myself and not pretending to speak for the whole city of Tucson. I am adamantly opposed to defunding the Tucson Police Department. I'm very much in support of a national database to track officers who are in violation of the codes, et cetera, so that they don't go from, police department to police department. I'm definitely in favor of diversity and de-escalation, domestic violence training, any and all of the things that they need, meaningful training and holding them accountable. I am not in favor of tying their hands and making them the enemy. I feel safe knowing that I can call 911 if someone is trying to break into my home or if someone's trying to run me off the road. I can't call a social worker for things like that. And I think there's probably 98, 99% of our police officers are great. And we have demonized all of them for the few that are very, very bad. And I mean, the George Floyd thing, this Lopez, it's terrible. But there's always two sides to the story. And I'm not sure that both of those sides are represented by the council or the police department. I read and I watch and I form my own opinions. I don't listen to other people and just spout things that I hear. At any rate, again, I am not in favor of defunding any law enforcement whatsoever. And I will also yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next speaker is Daryl Hostetler.
Not on, Your Honor.
Dominic Gamboa.
Not on.
Erica Hamden.
Not on, Your Honor.
Hannah Rego.
Not on, Your Honor.
Jane Passmore.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. You have 3 minutes, Jane. Thank you. Jane, are you there?
Hi, I am here. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
You can hear me now? You cannot?
We can, yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Hi, thank you very much for taking time to let me speak with you today. I really appreciate it. I wanted to also thank Joyce Garland for her presentation on the budget that made it easier for me to understand, and Mr. Ortega as well. I did want to speak about the budget more so than some of the other stuff that we've been talking about, a little bit more specifically. I did have a question as well as a comment. My question was regarding what was discussed in the study session prior to this, which was about the community safety pilot program. And I was curious where funding would come from that, if it would be from general fund or from the restricted funds that the voters voted for with the half-cent sales tax for police and fire. So that would be great to know. I would also like to be full transparency. I am a TPD mom, so I have a kind of a unique perspective to offer you regarding all of this. I would like to make absolutely clear that my daughter has nothing to do with my opinion on this or any influence on my opinion on this, other than the fact that she's my daughter and I'm a citizen and business owner here in Tucson. Okay, so I was looking at the budget that Joyce presented to us, and I see that there is only 3% allotted to training within the police department budget, and this caused me a great amount of concern. After the catastrophic event that occurred in April, I think we can all agree that that was a catastrophic event. I would call it a catastrophic training event in which 6 officers, including a sergeant, were unable to recognize a medical emergency. So with only 3% of the budget going to training, then is it really surprising that we would end up having a catastrophic event such as this? On the full report that was released to the public, the 23 pages for the personnel report, on pages 4 through 8, it outlines the training dates of the officers, and the lead police officer, Jonathan Jackson, did not have training on this since 2017, where it appears that the training was 2 slides. And then on page 9, it reads that the officers are trained extensively on the signs and symptoms of excited delirium due to the high probability of death. So I'm seeing a disconnect there. We can see from the officers' records that there is not enough training there on these issues. There are other types of training within those 4 pages, but they are not specific to this. So that's where I was kind of worried about it. I did feel like that the chief's budget, however, the chief's office has 6% of the budget. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a bold move of reform to move some money from the chief's office over to training. Now, the reason I mention this also is that although our police officers in the Tucson Police Department only earn less than every agency in the vicinity, our chief of police earns more than the leadership in the other departments, in the other agencies. So, okay. Well, thank you very much for your leadership. I appreciate it. And I hope you guys, God bless you, do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Passmore. Our next speaker is Jason Winsky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Jason.
Hi, everyone. Mayor and council, good evening. Thank you, everyone, for giving me the opportunity to speak. For the record, I'm Jason Winsky. I live within the city limits of Tucson, and I'm also with the Tucson Police Officers Association. I want to start by saying how proud I am of the work that we've done so far. The new public safety program, which was announced today, provides a good and interesting framework for future discussions, and TPOA hopes to be a part of those discussions. A multidisciplinary team to handle situations which do not necessarily require a police officer is a good start towards reducing unnecessary police encounters with persons in crisis. Despite the work that we've done, and despite the fact that the Tucson Police Department continues to be a national leader, it is a difficult time to be a police officer. The COVID-19 pandemic and the related economic downturn have made policing even more dangerous in new and destructive ways. If we want to continue to have a nationally recognized police department and make the improvements that we need and that were suggested today, we have to pay for it. Training takes money. Social workers, clinicians, a 311 system all take money. Of course, we agree that we can always make improvements and we can always do better. But defunding an already poorly funded and poorly staffed police department does none of that. We remain committed to working with the city leadership however and whenever we can. We strongly encourage that you fully fund our police department. And since we're doing a new thing, I'll yield my time. Do I get to pick who I yield to?
No, we have a list. But thank you, Jason. Are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jason. Appreciate your voice. Jennifer Johnson.
Not on your own.
Jory Sowards Garnier.
No, Your Honor.
Hello?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Is this Jory?
Yes, Your Honorable Mayor and Council, I would like to address you today regarding Tucson Police. I am the daughter of a retired Tucson police officer. I grew up in Tucson. My dad served on the department for 25 years. He was in law enforcement for almost 40 years, and he served many years protecting many of you. I know the struggle that it takes to grow up as the daughter of a police officer, where they do not make nearly what they should make. The countless off-duty jobs, the overtime, for him to provide not only that while he was missing events in our lives to protect and serve his community. Many times he had people who he had arrested thank him for arresting them because they were able to turn their lives around. I know that there was times where we could not afford for my dad to buy a bulletproof vest, and I did not know if he was going to come home. Defunding the police department would be an absolutely absurd idea, especially during this time. I know what it is like to have a target on your back because your dad is a police officer. It is not safe for the families, but that has always failed to be recognized. The sacrifices that these officers make day in and day out. Yes, there are police officers out there who are bad, but that is less than 1% of the 800,000 police officers across the nation. If you defund the police department, when they already have 85% of the budget that goes to their payroll, where are you going to find the funds for better training, for better employees, better background checks? I remember times while my dad was working as a gang unit detective or a homicide detective, and he had to also spend time helping with background checks because they didn't have enough funds to pay for somebody to do background checks. I've seen how thick those binders are to do background checks. Tucson Police needs more funding to offer better training, to be able to provide Tucson with a feel that they can be comfortable. There is no reason that somebody should not feel comfortable around a police officer, and I sure as heck don't. I see police officers and I thank them, and I know the sacrifices that they make. I beg you to really consider what you would be doing if you defund the police department. If anything, they need more funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jory. Kaya Lacey. Kaya Lacey.
She needs to unmute, Your Honor.
Kaya, you need to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Kaya Lacey. I'm an unpaid speaker. I am a previous nonprofit social work employee. I'm intimately familiar with the devastation caused by underfunding human services in the city of Tucson. During one of my first few weeks working for a Tucson nonprofit, I encountered an 85-year-old woman who was turned away from homeless shelters, which were filled to capacity. My supervisors and I spent the entirety of our workday calling shelters and human services departments with the assumption that there was obviously some form of assistance available to an elderly woman in her position. We were astonished to find zero resources immediately available to her. I had to tell this woman there was nothing we could do. She slept on the sidewalk that night. I wish this were the only example I had to share of an insufficient, underfunded system. Eventually, I realized that there was a very real limit to any change I could enact, not for lack of wanting, but because of the amazing lack of financial support these programs operate with. As you know, these nonprofits rely on grant money in order to operate, largely due to the fact that the city of Tucson provides so few resources. I've watched owners of nonprofits suffer in their ability to provide adequate services as they endure the grant application process, which requires an enormous investment in time, money, and energy. Even if that funding is provided, it's a cyclical battle and constantly chasing after grants, many of which provide a sliver of what's needed to provide adequate care. When exploring funding options for the fiscal years 2017 to 2020, HCD met with a variety of providers to discuss a list of needs within our community, including outlining extensive necessities within the following programs: youth programs, homeless programs, financial programs, housing programs, elderly and disabled programs, transportation services, and mental health programs. The list provided by the city was extraordinary. Considering all that's outlined, it's no wonder that these needs aren't met given the financing they're provided. There is a disconnect in what needs our city has acknowledged and what support our city has provided in accomplishing that. There are a number of great human service providers in Tucson. However, they are grossly underfunded, understaffed, and unable to meet the high demands of our city's population, disproportionately affecting our most vulnerable residents, especially BIPOC. I listened in as you opened the floor for public input regarding the 2021 fiscal year budget last public hearing. Every single constituent begged you to defund TPD. There are professionals in the city that are far more equipped to handle calls dispatched to TPD than the law enforcement we send. Professionals who encounter mental health crises on a daily basis. Professionals who don't cover their clients with plastic blankets while they stand around waiting for them to die. I implore you to reallocate at least 20% of proposed funding for TPD directly to housing and community development. As you explore further discussion in regards to the fiscal year, please listen to your constituents as we ask you to make our community a better place, making real, lasting, and impactful change, and prioritizing funding in areas of treatment, health, and crime prevention over policing. We are not progressive. We deserve better. And Carlos Adrian Ingram Lopez deserved better. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Kurt and Faith Schild?
Not on, Your Honor.
Lily Dolan?
No.
Is she on? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Maria Mendoza?
Not on, Your Honor.
Mark Cromie?
Yes.
Mark?
He's muted, Your Honor. Need to unmute yourself.
Mark, you have to unmute yourself.
To unmute, press *6 on your phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, Councilman, City Manager. Thank you for taking time to receive input from the community. I would like to comment on the proposed budget for the city. Specifically, I would like to comment on the growing disturbing trend to defund TPD that is being tossed around Tucson. As a worker here in Tucson, I help people. But when I need help, most often the answer is, I need help from a cop right now. I have been punched trying to take someone's temperature. I've had coworkers get bitten trying to keep a drugged man from walking into traffic, stabbed for trying to get to an emergency scene, and shot at a scene I had left minutes before. I've had to wrestle a naked man that threw off 4 grown men because he was high on drugs. These were all scenes where cops were able to show up quickly and help. All these scenes were not ones where we needed other social services. We needed law enforcement, and we needed them fast. Let us not forget that the reason that TPD was called into the whole incident with Carlos Ingram Lopez, his grandmother was in fear for her own life. She called the cops to come help her. We need cops in their city, and we need them to be able to work to protect patient privacy. That's why you guys adopted Ordinance 11746 to protect officers and the people they interact from malcontents seeking to profit online by filming police scenes. With no regard for consent of the victims or patients filming, these bad actors disrupt scenes and jeopardize scene safety, which is why I recommend that you guys keep this ordinance as is. If you read Councilman Kozachik's newsletter, you'll see that TPD already meets the 8 can't wait. No one is perfect, and the recent deaths and reporting errors are a black stain in TPD's history. But you can't judge an entire department with thousands of calls and thousands of public contacts on one incident. Look at You Can Too, an organization aimed at helping kids in the 05 zip code thrive in the area they live. Look at Shop with a Cop. These were created by Tucson police officers. Would you label them a menace to society? I'll leave you with one last question. Who would you send when a student with mental health issues shows up to class late and starts shooting, who then goes shoots other professors, hunting them down in their classrooms? This happened here in Tucson, 2002, College of Nursing. The police were there. The police protected my father that day. They escorted him out. And while some members of the council and members of the public may cry to fund the police, or yell and scream at officers on riot lines, until they are willing to go room to room hunting for a killer or stand and have trash be thrown at them, they need to stand behind those who do. I ask you to fund the police for all of the city of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Mimi Boucher?
Not on, Your Honor.
Noemi Height?
She's on, Your Honor. She's muted also.
Noemi, you might want to unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Hello.
Hi, Noemi.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Alcaldesa, council members, members del consulado. Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to speak. I am the surviving spouse of Tucson police officer Eric D. Height, who was killed in the line of duty June 2nd, 2008. Madam Mayor, you were a council member in Ward 1 at that time, and he died protecting our community. I'm outraged. I'm outraged, just like your same words last week for the death of Adrian. I'm also outraged with the idea of defunding the police department, because the ones suggesting it have no experience whatsoever about what police officers' job is. I'm outraged because the families of our police officers are living in fear. My daughter, now 13 years old, I know, Mayor, you have a son almost the same age. You can understand from a mother to a mother, I'm calling today. And as a citizen and resident of Tucson, to consider what this idea of defunding the police means. What would it do to our children in our schools? What would it do to our children who we're raising in this community? The number one complaint of constituents in all the words are the response time, how defunding the police will help with the response time. I would like to encourage all of you to be transparent with our constituents in our city about the police vehicles broken that can need repair and maintenance. How about pay raises? $47,000 is the base pay for a police officer. When they put the uniform on and they don't know if they're going to come back home, like my husband never did that one day. I am outraged because the incident that happened last week has been miscommunicated to Tucson. And I'm just, please implore you, les ruego, alcaldesa, that you guys provide the transparency and the accuracy facts that we all need in Tucson. And those people with the idea of defunding, I encourage you to understand and go maybe for a ride along to understand what the job of a police officer is. My daughter received a call from her best friend, from a police officer's daughter. She's in fear because her mom might not never come back home. Thank you.
Finish off. Take the time that you need, Noemi.
Thank you, alcaldesa. Se lo agradezco mucho.
Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros y me da mucho gusto escucharla.
Gracias. Igual.
Cuídese. Our next call is Patty Evans. Do we have Patty Evans on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Patty, you might be muted.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now we do.
Okay. I'm the daughter of somebody who was in law enforcement long ago. I'm also the mother of a son who was in law enforcement. He has been shot once and been shot at a couple of other times. So I know what it's like to worry about sending your police officer out to work. And I think if you defund the police, the first thing that goes is good equipment and then not enough police officers. So when a police officer needs help, there's no one to come and back them up. And so I also this week have been looking at the news and watching these cities like Seattle, Minneapolis, Chicago, DC, New York, the ones who have been publicly defunding their police or even dismantling them. And there's so much more crime. It just gives the criminal the go-ahead because they know, oh, the police aren't going to do anything. We can do whatever we want. Also, I was in real estate for many years, and I know Tucson wants new businesses to come here. They want lots of tourists to come. They want retirees to come here and retire. And being in real estate, the first thing these people would ask me when they started looking at houses was the crime rate and the response time. And I always before could say, oh, we have a wonderful police department here. Now, if they're defunded, I would have to tell them that. So I feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot by defunding the police because you're going to lose a lot of businesses and people coming to live here. I know all these social programs do need more money, but it shouldn't come from our police. There's got to be other ways to find it. Taking it from the police and giving it to social workers just, to me, doesn't make any sense because TPD in 2018 made national headlines for being a mental health training facility. It's one of the federal places where mental health teaching, it's a teaching site for mental health responses. So they've been trained in that and they do a good job. You might have one like the other day that didn't work out, but you have a very great police department. So defunding sends the wrong message to your law. It sends the wrong message to your law enforcement officers. They feel like you don't back them up, and it sends the wrong message to criminals and rioters and to potential businesses and to retirees. So, and it's also totally uncalled for because you have a model police department here. You really do. Everybody should be grateful for it. And these people who say Tucson, most of the people in Tucson want to defund the police, that is just not true. I haven't met hardly any people who want to. And I don't think you should. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your voice, ma'am. Our next speaker is Tony Archibald.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Tony Archibald. I'm the president of the Tucson Police Officers Association. I directly represent more than 700 employees of the Tucson Police Department. We are in unprecedented times in our profession. The national narrative and current events are driving a wedge between police officers and the communities that we are privileged to serve. A very vocal minority is attempting to convince you that the system is broken. I can assure you it is not. Even the staunchest defenders of police officers will admit there is always room for improvement in law enforcement. We as professionals make it our mission to learn from our mistakes when they are made and ensure they do not happen again. We constantly look inward and hold each other more accountable than any other profession. the Tucson Police Department has demonstrated its willingness to learn by implementing critical incident review boards for the last 4 years. These review boards are revolutionary in the world of policing, as we invite members of our own community into the review and actively solicit their opinions and feedback about the most harrowing police events. You are led to believe that officers are out there indiscriminately killing our community members. This is simply not true. In 2019, the Tucson Police Department responded to 371,069 events. It's important to note that each one of those events could have had more than one person that was contacted during the incident. We don't keep those statistics. Of all the events we responded to, 15 of them ended in an officer-involved shooting or an in-custody death. That's one deadly force incident for every 24,737 events, essentially 0.004% of the time. Any force, to include the pointing of a firearm, was utilized in only 1,655 events in 2019. That is less than 0.5%. Only 0.44% of all police incidents resulted in any use of force whatsoever. That is in no way meant to minimize any death or force that has happened. We take the sanctity of life as our utmost priority, and we do everything within our power to resolve all situations as peacefully as possible. No officer wants to take another life, no matter how dire the circumstances. As someone that has responded to more than 50 critical events over the last 15 years, I can tell you every one of these incidents deeply affects the involved officer. They often seek counseling, sometimes they develop post-traumatic stress, and far too often their lives are changed forever because of their incident. It's important to realize that most of these critical incidents, the actions of the officer, are predicated by the actions of other involved parties. For every officer involved shooting we have, I can point to 100 incidents of similar circumstances that result in little or no force used. Why is that? Hiring and retaining the right officers, good training and de-escalation, and most often the actions of the other person involved. Unfortunately, in law enforcement, even when everything is set to go right, a subject's individual choices will be what causes the situation to go wrong. Consequences of actions. Oftentimes, we as police officers deal with a segment of the population the general citizenry is not even aware exists. Encountering individuals that are on a narcotic-induced rage is a nightly occurrence. We are expected to protect the masses from the dangerous situations. If we took no action, it would be nonfeasance, and the innocent third parties would be harmed. The claims that TPD eats up a third of the city's budget is patently false. The city manager's own public-facing budget tool clearly illustrates the police department is 11.2% of the city's budget. The men and women of the police department need your support. Fully funding the police department is of the utmost importance. Any budget cuts will result in lessened training and send a dangerous signal to a potential department candidates.
Tony.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your voice. Richard Estrada. Richard Estrada.
No, Your Honor.
Denise Palomares.
No.
Joshua Villagrán.
No.
Michael Gaiman.
No, Your Honor.
Dan Pagano.
Yes.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Danny Pagano. I'm an unpaid speaker and a lifelong Tucson resident currently living in Ward 1. I'm calling to urge you to defund and ultimately abolish the Tucson Police Department. It has no place in Tucson's 2020 or 21 budget, and I have some suggestions for you for how to spend that money instead, which I'll get to in just a moment. Let me first make my case. Our so-called progressive police department ranks 14th out of the 100 largest cities in the country for the highest rate of police killings adjusted for population. Let me say that again. Of the 100 largest cities in the country, Tucson's police department kills more people than 86 other police departments. These numbers include police killings from January of 2013 through December of 2019 and are reported on mappingpoliceviolence.org, where you can take a look for yourself. Again, these numbers only report killings in the largest 100 cities in America, and I'm horrified to imagine what is happening elsewhere, with less reporting and even less public accountability and transparency. Additionally, TPD's much lauded response to mental health and substance use calls are equally abysmal. If you filter the same data set for police killings where there was known drug or alcohol use or known mental illness,
Tucson is ranked number 12. We're supposed to be proud of this. Is this the quote unquote nationally recognized mental health support that the city describes? Apparently spending $2.6 million or only 2% of your police department's $163 million general fund budget is enough to be nationally recognized and applauded as progressive or successful. And yet TPD still kills more people in mental health response calls than 88 of the largest 100 police departments in the country. This is appalling. For reference, the tentative budget earmarks more than $5 million to promote tourism through Visit Tucson. These budget allocations speak volumes about what the city cares about, and it does not strike me as caring much for its people. Chief Magnus and Mayor Romero, your defensive attitude and praise for TPD's policies are morally reprehensible. You have both publicly acknowledged that TPD's killing of Carlos Adrian Ingram Lopez should not have happened, and whatever policies are in place to prevent this from occurring have either been deliberately or negligently ignored. You must then clearly agree the work you have done so far is not enough. It's time for dramatic change. TPD has repeatedly demonstrated that it is not capable of responding to emergency calls in a way that safeguards the life of Tucsonans. So I argue that they should be relieved of that responsibility. The only acceptable next step is to strip TPD of funding with those newly reclaimed resources to create or augment the following programs. Replace police with mental health professionals and social workers when responding to emergency calls, most notably mental health, substance use, and domestic violence calls. Increase funding for programs that provide housing and resources for our houseless residents. Replace the student resource officers in schools with trained counselors instead of armed cops. Offer training and resources to community members in nonviolent de-escalation and conflict resolution. Increase funding for social services, public health, and food security for vulnerable communities. I have 2 more sentences, please. Mayor Romero, council members, you have expressed remorse at the senseless loss of life at the hands of TPD. It's time that you turn that remorse into meaningful policy change and action. I urge you, defund TPD and reinvest in your community. I look forward to attending a future meeting where you will present a revised budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Vasquez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I wish to speak concerning the proposed reduction of the police department's budget. I am for progress within all the police departments. As a Hispanic working mother, I am concerned about how a reduction within the police force could produce what is called a Ferguson effect within our beautiful city. The Ferguson effect is when there is a rise in crime and violence due to reduced confidence among police officers to perform their duties as they have been trained, and an increased distrust towards police by the people. The Ferguson effect is made apparent in cities such as New York, where in a CNN article just last week they explained how the violent crime has increased by 24% shortly after a call for reduction in police forces and budgets were proposed. There are other cities such as Los Angeles and Chicago with similar statistics. The last thing we need in this beautiful city is an increased crime rate. One only needs to look at all the avenues of reform to see that there is another way. I don't want our city to take the easy way out to satisfy a mob. Our city needs to do the right thing in order to bring about change through the use of the current funds given for the police department. Only then can we truly bring in the best law enforcement this country has to offer, with proper social workers, community policing, checks and balances, and education and training for those of our beloved police department. Though I speak alone, I represent many working mothers and fathers who have asked for me to speak on their behalf. Mothers and fathers busy taking care of their families with barely enough time to eat, let alone attend this meeting. We do not desire a Ferguson effect on our hometown. We desire reform through intelligent, sensible legislation. Using the funding that has been provided for our beloved police department. We support our police and we support progress. This meeting has given me a sense of hope because I know that there are many who see the sensibility of retaining the police budget in order to continue reform within our city and our police force. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carol Grieger?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I go by the name Charlie Moses, and I am an unpaid speaker. I don't know, listening to all of the speakers before me, like, this isn't Sesame Street. Like, there isn't a police chief in the country who doesn't believe that they're engaging in community policing. But police departments got militarized ages ago now, and the welfare system was squelched out. And being a person of color in the U.S. has always been criminalized, and poverty is criminalized. And essentially, like, if you're not a white, able-bodied, neurotypical Christian, heterosexual, cisgendered, upper-middle-class man, you're criminalized. I work in public health here in Tucson, specifically in substance misuse prevention and harm reduction. And one of the many things I do in my position is I help create those trauma-informed and culturally competent trainings for TPD. And these trainings that we make, they don't replace the expertise and knowledge of social workers or caseworkers, like not nearly. I interface with law enforcement on a regular basis, and it gives me insight. And I can't think of a single chief or assistant chief or captain or officer who would argue that there are certain calls taken on by their department that wouldn't be better handled by social service departments and organizations with years of direct training, expertise, and knowledge. Like TPD has the mental health support team and the substance use resource team. Those are programs happening within TPD, but they're not replacements for social service providers who specialize solely in mental health crises or substance misuse disorder calls or housing instability or transportation injustice. I was on a call with the Durham, North Carolina Police Chief, DJ Davis, yesterday, and she said this. She said, many years ago, we didn't have to be concerned with what crisis intervention looked like. There was always a handoff to a person in social services. There's plenty of opportunity to reallocate. I do think there's an opportunity to review and look at how taxpayer dollars are spent. I was on a call with Captain John Levitt of TPD's Counter Narcotics Alliance a couple weeks back, and he expressed that people have been asking for more support from social service sectors for years and years, but it hasn't happened. So I guess to wrap it, if the City Council and City Manager continue to tote TPD as one of the most progressive police departments in the country and point at bad apple cops as the problem while ignoring that the orchard was sown with racial acts of violence, then the City Council fails in its community members. I think further defunding TPD and reallocating funds is a step towards supporting every community member of Tucson. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. We're at the hour 15, but I do have two additional speakers, so I'll call them and see if they're here. Lisette DeMars.
No, Your Honor.
Christine Tolley.
Yes, Your Honor, she's muted though.
Christine, can you unmute yourself? If you're on the phone, it's *6.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for waiting. I was struggling with my phone. What an honor to be the last person. I also want to thank Charlie, who spoke before me. So I'm a person who's also advocating for reallocating some of these $163 million worth of funds to other types of services. And one thing that's really concerned me on this phone call was not like the heart-wrenching and really important stories of individuals who have family members or who personally are officers, right? The thing that really concerned me is these same people saying over and over again that 98 or 99% of cops are, quote, good. And we just have so much data that doesn't support that. And it doesn't really matter that individual people have good experiences with cops. It doesn't really matter that, you know, someone's dad is a wonderful man, right? Even though those things could be true. What matters is that people are dying, and brown and black people specifically are scared for their lives in Tucson every single day. And while I'm a white person, I'm a Tucson local, I'm a business owner here, I don't really see us as a mob. I see us as people who love Tucson. And I see us as people who want Tucson over time, right? With only even small percentage of the TPD budget, over time want those funds to be put elsewhere so that more people can be safe. Not so just certain types of people feel safe. And so I hope what we take from today is that, you know, we're so lucky to be able to use our voices, and also that people's idea of, quote, what is safe and what makes Tucson safe is really different. It's really different for different people. And if not everyone is saying Tucson is safe, maybe it isn't. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you so much. And that was the last name on the list. And so if I may entertain a motion to, I think we're continuing.
I'm sorry, my name was on the list and I've been on the call since the very beginning. I got an email as a confirmation. Garrett Philbin, can you just let me know if I was on the list and missed my name? And if I did, I'll completely yield my time. But I just wanted to make sure that I do get called, since I did get an email confirmation 3 hours ago.
We might have called you earlier. What is the name?
Garrett Philbin. I was on when you guys switched to item number 8. So I don't think I missed myself, but I could definitely be wrong.
I'm sorry, I don't have you on the list for some reason.
Then there was a mix-up.
But if you join us, if you're on the line, we have 3 minutes. Okay.
How's it going? So, good. I'm listening to the city council here.
Garrett.
Yeah.
Yep.
I turned it on and they.
Alrighty. Anyone other than Garrett, please.
I'm on the line still.
I called you and we didn't have you. So
sorry, I was on another committee meeting. If I'm able to speak, I'd still be willing to, and if not, I'm happy to email you my comments.
Can you email us your comments, Lizette? I think you spoke the last time, but you can also speak on the 7th. But I did want to have Garrett speak. Everyone else, can you put yourselves on mute? If that's okay with my colleagues on the council, we can give Garrett 3 minutes. Okay? Garrett, are you still there?
I am. Thank you so much for making the accommodation.
No problem.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak that was just given, and I am not a paid speaker. I am a resident of Ward 6. I'm not going to pretend that this is an easy decision for you to make. I don't think there really is a win. There is no winning for you. So I just want to acknowledge that. We're dealing with systemic problems that were here long before anyone on the city council was here. And so I think that it's easy, you know, for those, I am all for defunding, not completely, but reallocating funds in a way that puts more professionals on the front lines when they're the ones who need to be called. I don't have the specific data for Tucson. I was looking up other data on other cities, kind of a comparable size, New Orleans, Sacramento. On average, over 50% of their time are responding to non-criminal calls and traffic stops. And I believe that those calls can be responded to. There were some people on the call who said, well, if someone calls 911, who's going to answer? A mental health therapist? And kind of questioning that approach. And I think that there are going to have to be questions answered of who determines who would go out on what calls. that is a question that does need to be asked and answered. And if we're looking at cause and effect, we're dealing with a historical defunding of social services, of which then impacts more often people of color and people with low incomes, not just people of color, poor white people as well. And then we over-criminalize those populations and put more and more of them in jail, which make people traditionally like me, right, white, hetero male, or men or women supposedly feel more safe. But it comes at the impact of our more marginalized communities. And again, if we make these choices to move funds from the police to social services, it's not going to be quick. It's not going to be an easy conversation, but I think it's critically important that we have, as other speakers have stated, professionals who have more training in those specific areas, responding to those so that we don't have like that grotesque video in April. I think just in closing,
30 seconds.
We talk about what will happen if we have less police on the street and how it will get less safe. I think an interesting statistic is since the 1970s, we've actually increased police, but we've increased the amount of people incarcerated in the whole U.S. by over 10 times, from 200,000 to 2 million people. And I think it'd be hard pressed to find anyone who says that we're 10 times safer today, simply because we've criminalized more actions and put more people in jail. And police are at the forefront of that, not because they're bad individuals, but because there's a system that over-polices. And again, it's not going to be an easy decision, but thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. And Mr. Clerk, since we're leaving the public hearing open, we don't need a motion to close, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So then what we'll do is move on to item 9. Item 9, Mr. Clerk.
Finance, tentative adoption of fiscal year 2021 budget, resolution number 23156.
City Manager's communication number 197 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23156 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23156 relating to finance, adopting a tentative budget for the 2020-2021 fiscal year and fixing times and places, confirming time and place to conduct a public hearing on said budget, to adopt the final budget in a special meeting, to fix time and place to determine the primary and secondary tax levies for said fiscal year.
What is the council's pleasure?
That part's over. I don't know what they're talking about now. So
we have a few people that are still on the line. If I could please ask you to put yourselves on mute. And by the way, I moved on from the last item. Forgot to thank all the people that spoke at our public hearing, that we will have another public hearing on July 7th. And that this particular item, item 9, is to put yourselves on mute, please, is to approve the tentative budget. So what is the council's pleasure to approve the tentative budget?
Santa Cruz. Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres.
I approve the city manager's, I make the motion to the city manager's office recommendation.
So that,
resolution number 23156 relating to the finance, adopting a tentative budget for the 2020-21 fiscal year and fixing time and places, confirming time and places to conduct a public hearing on said budget, to adopt the final budget in a special meeting, and to fix time, place to determine the primary and secondary levies for said fiscal year, and move to adopt resolution 23156.
So there is a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a couple of comments real quick before we vote.
Steve, queue. Steve?
Was there someone in the queue ahead of me? I didn't.
No. I was just asking.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
I understand we have to pass a tentative budget tonight. It's the end of the fiscal year. for all the reasons that I objected earlier, that we're relying on unfilled vacancies to balance, we're relying on one-time money to balance, we're sending the wrong message to our employees when we add FTEs, when we're telling them we're in a hiring freeze, we're not giving them raises and putting them in jeopardy of being furloughed. So I'm not going to support what's in front of us, but hope that as the discussions continue throughout the course of this, and we do move some of the numbers around, this is a cap, I get that, but we still have the opportunity to move some items around within the guts of the general budget by the time we get to the end.
No one is on the queue. Alrighty. I just want to ask our city manager a question. I'd like to remind my colleagues that in terms of CARES Act funds,
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Hello?
Now we can.
Okay, sorry about that. I just want to remind my colleagues on the council that we still have many proposals in Congress with bipartisan support. We are expecting a CARES 2 package that will probably be passed by Congress, both House and Senate, by the end of August is what we're hearing. It also include more direct funding for cities and towns, and there's also discussion of getting rid of the December 31st deadline for expenditure of the CARES First package. So I just want to remind us that if there's concern in terms of the CARES strategic plan by mayor and council, there is probability of additional funds coming through a CARES 2 package. And then I just wanted to make sure that I asked our city manager if you feel comfortable with leaving the reserves of the CARES strategic fund unallocated for the time being so that we are able to maintain maximum flexibility, especially as we deal with the spike of COVID-19 cases and uncertainty of what the future presents. So just wanted to make sure that we had your comfort, Mr. City Manager, on record. Wanted to also ask you when is the latest that you recommend mayor and council make a decision on allocating the rest of the CARES Act funds that were left in reserves?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So as I've mentioned to, I believe pretty much all of you, because most of you have asked me about the reserves, the $33 million. There's two pieces to it that are important to keep in mind. The first is what I'm going to call the additional COVID expenses. I outlined those for you earlier this evening. It was about 8.9 million plus some other monies. So the first order of business is we've got to make sure that we cover those costs that are not in the strategic plan or have not been allocated. The reason that I can't give you an exact number is because we're still looking at reimbursement from FEMA. We're still trying to scrounge and scrape and figure out how we can minimize the impact of that. The second piece, which I think is equally important, is the FY22 budget. And as I mentioned to you before, I'm very concerned about what it will look like at the end of 21 if we're staring a $42 million deficit into 22. So my suggestion is that the council not act on any other expenditures out of the 33 million. We continue to talk about it on a monthly basis. And I would say that in the September-October timeframe, we can start to make a determination as to how this calendar year is going. At that point, then I can make recommendations on how to either utilize some of those for payroll reimbursement to give us dollars for cash carry forward into 22, or if the revenues are looking better, then I can say to you, you have opportunities for other needs. But at this point, I would suggest, Mayor, that into the fall would be the soonest that I would suggest making any kind of review of those dollars because of not knowing where our revenues are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. I believe the Vice Mayor is on cue to speak.
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to mention that we're going to be having dialogue in town halls month to month as this process continues. So I think there's going to be the opportunity to make adjustments. You know, at the beginning of this entire pandemic, the one certain thing we said we had was uncertainty, and this budget is no exception. So I think that adopting kind of the framework of what we want to do and then being able to revisit it month to month allows us that latitude. That's why this is a good decision. And that's why I'll be supporting that's why I second the motion. I'll be supporting it, because at this point, we've kind of ducked away from the practices we've used in the last 5-6 years, because we just don't know how much money we're actually going to have. We don't know what it's going to be like when those financials come in September or October. And by having a framework, at least we know kind of a plan. We have a plan, but we can be nimble and make the changes we want to make. So I appreciate everybody's flexibility here, and I think the manager's recommendation is appropriate.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Also, for the record, is the last day for Mayor and Council to approve a tentative budget. So we have today. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight we are just voting on a budget cap. The mayor and council would not be able to spend more money than the cap. As you mentioned, today's the last day for this, and we still have CARES Act funding we have to look at, but Mr. Ortega, the mayor and council can move funding around in this proposal, correct? If we need to?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, that's correct. And the key piece to this, and I think it's been discussed quite a bit, is maintaining the flexibility to do that. It's extremely important, not only for the current fiscal year, but also as we prepare for FY22. That flexibility will be key in order for us to address both shortfalls.
I agree, and a tentative budget is one that we have to approve, but it's not, we can't be changed, but not going over the cap, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, that's correct. The tentative budget establishes the cap. It's the maximum amount that the council can spend in the coming year. But as other members of the council have mentioned, it does provide there's a process for you to make adjustments during the year and provide that, again, that flexibility that will be important for us as an organization moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Alrighty, in this budget, we also have when the extra FTEs are talked about, those FTEs include 8 social workers and a housing first director. And so that should be made clear for the record that those additional FTEs are to include an additional 8 social workers and a housing first director. So with that, I don't see anyone else on the queue. Mr. Clerk, can you go to roll call, please?
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczyk?
No.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
6-1.
Resolution 23156 passes by a vote of 6-1. Item 10.
Labor Agreement Extension with the Tucson Police Officers Association, Resolution number 23189.
City Manager's Communication number 178, dated June 30th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23189 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23189 relating to employee relations, authorizing and approving the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Tucson and the Tucson Police Officers Association, extending the existing 2018 to 2020 labor agreement for an additional 1-year period and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move to pass and adopt resolution 23189. I would like to ask staff to bring up this return to the mayor and council within 6 to 8 months to just deal with it.
Right. To review. So there is a motion and a second to pass resolution 23189 to return to mayor and council within 6 to 8 months. And so there's a motion and a second, and I see Councilmember Santa Cruz on cue.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. So I just have a couple of comments that I wanted to make because after our call to the audience and a lot of the emails and feedback that we've been receiving, also just as a log time to Tucson in here, I believe that we inherited a policing system built on unjust historical practices as an answer to social and economic inequalities, that we perpetuate those injustices when we don't acknowledge those histories and their presence today by not transforming them to meet the 21st century community needs, that we as mayor and council, as members of these systems, we did not create it, we did not create them, but it is our responsibility to change them in order to change the outcomes. When we deflect from criticism about justice, we enable the continuation of harm and silence those who have experienced injustice. And considering the recent in-custody deaths stemming from what Chief Magnus called multiple policy violations warranting termination for 3 officers and the lack of communication and transparency, at a minimum, I feel like we must examine the shortfalls in the TPOA contract that allowed for this to take place. TPOA's campaign to minimize the unconscionable behavior of these 3 officers involved in the death of Carlos Adrian Ingram Lopez is dangerous. Shootings and chokeholds are not the only forms of violence. Violence is about power and control, and using physical force and or intimidation to hurt, damage, or kill someone. Now they are using intimidation tactics aimed at me and our office for challenging the way police responds to calls pertaining to mental health and substance use. If we agree to the extension of an agreement that failed to prevent an in-custody death of a Tucsonan not committing a crime, we are prolonging the flawed agreement. If we agree to the extension of an agreement that lacked a timely investigation and discipline process, we are failing to improve accountability and misconduct. If we agree to the extension of this agreement that lacks the accountability procedures necessary to communicate to the city, with mayor and council, with the public, then I feel like we're failing to listen. I personally cannot move forward with extending the contract, and I ask that we'd consider pausing the TPOA contract, allowing for mayor and council to hear from the city manager and the city attorney regarding the city's management rights in Article 4 of the contract. I believe we need a better understanding of our role in interpreting or revising the contract, and that TPOA's contract vetting process should be transparent and should also include community input.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Is there anyone else on the queue to speak?
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Kasachek?
Yeah. So I have a clarification from Paul Durham. You made the motion and you asked for a review in 8 months. What do you want reviewed? This is a 1-year extension. There'll be an active series of conversations going between the union and the city for the next year. What's the 8 month?
Well, I say 6 to 8.
You want to know 8 months.
Councilmember Durham.
I said 6 to 8 months.
Well, whatever. It's not a year. We're extending it for a year. What do you want to know in 6 to 8 months? That they may not be done negotiating it.
Councilmember Kasachek, I don't know, Councilmember Durham, if you want to respond, but I actually agree with the motion. But Councilmember Durham, if you want to respond, if not, I know that there's additional comments.
No response.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember. What I would like to take a look at in terms of the TPOA contract is what a lot of people throughout the country are noticing and want to be able to have access to is the discipline of our officers, and the community deserves the right to know the discipline history of police officers in every department throughout the country. So what my questions are, and maybe you can help me, Mr. Rankin, is part of the contract, it talks about discipline, and what I'd like to know is what information regarding disciplinary actions are publicly available, and is this information, can we include in our data that is available for the community?
Well, I would like to throw in then.
Excuse me, Councilman.
You hijacked my questions. I was talking to Durham, and now I'm going to finish my question.
Excuse me,
as long as Rankin is going to be answering the question, explain our role in the labor negotiations, Mike.
Councilmember Kozaczek, you're out of line. I will give you an opportunity to
I wasn't done the first time.
Questions.
No, I'm done.
So, Mayor, members of the council, I'll start by just framing what the labor agreements are and what they are not. Okay, we are not a collective bargaining state. These are not collective bargaining agreements. They are functionally memorandums of understanding. They're agreed upon goals and intentions relating to the work conditions of the represented employee group. In this case, the TPOA employee represented group, the commissioned officers in the Tucson Police Department. The agreements themselves, the labor agreements, address things like hours of work and how is overtime calculated and how are holidays recognized, leaves, how leaves are carried out, how call-out procedures are handled within the department. It addresses certain compensation issues like shift differential pay, certain allowances like clothing and equipment allowances. But even in that context, at the end of the day, every compensation matter that's included within the agreement is actually still subject to mayor and council approval as part of the budget annually. So again, it's a memorandum of understanding. It's a negotiated instrument between management and the labor group saying, here's a recommendation about conditions of work relating to wages, hours, and other conditions of employment. We also, as you are well aware, we work under a civil service system, and the basis for discipline and the appeal rights relating to discipline are governed by our charter and that civil service system. So the labor agreement, including TPOA's labor agreement, does have certain provisions about procedures and timelines and the types of notice employees should get, and when labor representatives can participate in a proceeding, whether that's in a grievance or as part of an interview that could lead to discipline, et cetera. But at the end of the day, what constitutes just cause for disciplining an officer, whether that be suspension, demotion, termination, et cetera, is just cause as is defined under our code. The appeal rights that employees have who are represented by this labor group are governed by the charter and not by the labor agreement. So at the end of the day, if it's a discipline of a suspension of 10 days or more, or a demotion, or a reduction in pay or rank, or a termination, they have an appeal right to the Civil Service Commission. That's true whether or not there's a labor agreement in place. The labor agreement does help fill in some of the gaps in terms of procedures and timelines and things like that. I'll also I think it's important to understand that the agreement does not establish officers' rules of conduct. For example, policies on use of force, or any of the other general orders that they have to operate under as police officers. That's not what the labor agreement does. It does not establish what is and is not a basis for discipline. That's established as a matter of code and charter as just cause. I already mentioned it doesn't change appeal rights. And it also doesn't deal in any way with like the release by management of information relating to police activity. In that context, we do need to be mindful of state law. There's a police officer's Bill of Rights in Title 38 that applies in certain instances to limit the release of information that in the context of an investigation or a disciplinary proceeding until the officer's gone through the disciplinary proceedings, including any appeal rights. And so we can talk about that more probably in another context, but the agreements create some understandings about how officers get notice and how the labor organization is involved in those types of things, but it doesn't dictate what can and can't be released at the end of the day. It does, in this instance, the TPOA agreement does define a grievance process for lower level types of disciplines. So when the officers can bring a grievance to contest those types of lower level disciplines, a reprimand, for example. But even if this agreement went away, they'd still have grievance rights just like any other city employee. It just wouldn't be exactly the same way as it is shaped under this agreement. So with that understanding of what the agreement is, the proposal tonight is to extend the existing TPOA agreement, which expires today or tomorrow, by a period of 1 year without any changes. This agreement actually goes back to 2015. It was initially for the time period from 2015 through 2018. Prior extensions have gotten us to this point. The other change that would be authorized here if this action is approved is that CSOs, community service officers, who have chosen to be represented under the umbrella TPOA as well, would be folded into the agreement during the period of the extension. One thing going to what Councilmember Durham was noting about coming back in 6 to 8 months, and I think what Councilmember Kozaczek was starting to get at was that there's a provision in the code that the new meet and confer process for negotiating a new agreement has to begin not less than 120 days before the expiration of the existing agreement. So that new meet and confer agreement or confer process is going to have to start within the next 8 months and probably even sooner, quite frankly. So hopefully that helps explain the timeline a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. I think that I had heard before as well that the meet and confer has to start 120 days, and also both TPOA and the City of Tucson reserve the right to start that sooner, right? Sooner than the 120 days.
Thank you, Mayor. I intended to mention that and failed to. Actually, either party can request opening the agreement during the interim if there's a particular amendment to a condition or term in the agreement, and can raise that. Then there's a process for meeting and conferring about that and negotiating a proposed amendment. Just like with negotiating the actual agreement, that would be negotiated with the management team that then makes a recommendation. But at the end of the day, it's just a recommendation, and the agreement comes to the mayor and council before it's finalized.
Excellent. All righty. I see.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mayor.
See, Vice Mayor Cunningham is on the queue. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Your Honor. Was just wanted to look, I think it's got to be really clear that one, I don't want to do another blanket renewal next year. These guys have a year with command to figure out some things. And even more importantly, we've got to be really transparent this year. I know that there's some closed door meetings that go into the meet and confer and go into the negotiation process. But on the other hand, I think it's in the best interest of all the parties to be as kind of transparent as possible and let the public know what we're talking about. This is an opportunity to shape a labor agreement with police into the 21st century mold. And so that's why I think we can't, I don't like the idea that not having anything out there, we've got to have some type of framework for them to follow, but we've got 1 year to fix it, 1 year to change it, 1 year where actually the clock's running tonight. We really only have about 8 or 9 months because by then people are going to want to come back. So that's kind of how I'm looking at this from a very high 100,000 feet philosophical level. I just think that nobody knew in March or before that, before the pandemic, before the fires, before the incident with Mr. Ingram Lopez, what could be presented. And so the climate that we're in, but also, it's important to understand that for a lot of people who were business as usual, and me included, that hopefully your eyes have been open, that there were some significant flaws in culture and in attitudes we had around the country when it came to the relationship between police and their communities. More so in other communities in Tucson possibly, but we haven't been spared. So this is an opportunity to write an agreement that Tucson can be proud of. I think that we've got some great folks that will be involved. This gives us that opportunity, but we've got to take it seriously, because if we come back in 10 months and there's been no discussion and there's been no progress, there's been no transparent changes, I'm not going to vote for this again. So I want to make that clear today, up front, so we know what's coming. You got a year to fix it. You got a year to make the things happen that we need. Other than that, I'm in support of the motion.
All righty, thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Yeah, in light of the information that Mr. Rankin has shared, and I agree with Vice Mayor Cunningham, procedurally, I'm just wondering, since the timeline is starting, if we would need a counter motion to pass and adopt Resolution 23189 without the 6 to 8 month clause, if we want to just flat out move forward tonight and the clock starts tonight. That's kind of a question for whoever can answer that. If we wanted to not do the 6 to 8 months.
My understanding of the motion is to approve the resolution, which will approve the 1 year extension, excuse me, but with direction to the manager and management staff to come back and tell the council where things stand, 6 to 8 months as the meet and confer process is initiating towards the negotiation of the next agreement.
Okay, so
that's
we're
my
not
understanding of it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that it wasn't saying this stops at 6 months or 8 months, but we're just going to be aware. So thank you for confirming.
Mayor, I hope that complies with how you understand the motion.
I did not understand the motion in that manner. I just wanted to make sure that Councilmember Durham, your motion is to approve Resolution 23189 and come back to Mayor and Council in 6 to 8 months to consider it, or reconsider it.
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, to start the conversation and come back in 6 to 8 months with a new contract.
Mayor and Council, I just need clarity on what the time frame is. So we will start post haste to move the conversation forward. But do you want to see progress in 6 to 8 months, or is your expectation that we have a new agreement in place in 6 to 8 months? Because those are different. I was understanding that it was a 1-year extension, and then we would come back to you in 6 to 8 months with an update. But I just need to know what the quote deadline is so that I can work backwards on my times and my notices as we start having these discussions.
It's just to have staff come back within 6 to 8 months to report.
Okay, all righty. So that's what I understood as well. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Your Honor, just to clarify, and I think everybody's on the same page. I like the idea of the 6 to 8 month report back because it codifies the opportunity for staff to report to the council what's going on. There's going to have to be a study session item on this in about 6 months. That's how I read the motion, which is important because if we come back in 6 to 8 months and there's no progress in the negotiations or things aren't transparent or whatever, the council members will have the responsibility to put it on the agenda. But we got to give them, 6 to 8 months to start their process as well.
All righty. So there's a motion in a second. We're all, your
Call for the
correction, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I'm sorry to be dense on this, and I apologize. So again, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. The in 6 to 8 months, and that's a 2-month time frame, we will bring back to you the framework for the negotiations that we're having, the conversations that we're having. My expectation is that in the meantime, we're having these listening sessions, these community conversations to help inform some of that. But the way that I understood from Councilmember Durham, the agreement is in place for a year, but you want updates and you want to see progress in the 6 month to 8 month time frame, which I'm happy to provide. So I just want to let you know that's what I'm hearing, and that's in my head where I'm headed, is that we'll have updates for you that are consistent with what we're hearing, the listening sessions, all of the things that we've been talking about today and before that.
Councilmember Durham, is that what you understand?
Yes.
Okay, all righty. That's what I understand as well, Mr. Manager.
That's what I understood.
Okay. All righty, so there's a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Nay.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
All righty, resolution 23189 passes by a vote of 6-1. Thank you. We're done with item 11 and item 12. I believe we're on to item 12.
Boards, committees, and commissions extending the sunset date of the Economic and Workforce Development Selection Committee and approving fiscal year 2021 recommended allocations, resolution number 23191.
City Manager's communication number 185 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23191 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23191 relating to economic initiatives and boards and commissions approving the Economic and Workforce and Development Selection Committee's recommendations for fiscal year 2021 allocations, amending resolution number 21605 adopted August 4, 2010 and previously amended by resolution numbers 22282 September 9th, 2014, 21802 September 20th, 2011, 21937 August 7th, 2012, 22110 August 6, 2013, 22586, June 21st, 2016, and 22922, July 10th, 2018, to extend committee's term to September 1st, 2022, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution 23191.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Oh, I think he's gone. I think he left. Councilmember Kozaczek? Alrighty, Mr. Clerk, finish your roll call.
That was it, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Resolution 23191 passes by a vote of 6-0. Okay, we're done with number 13. Item 14.
City Clerk, appointment of the City Clerk and extension of employment agreement, ordinance number 11762.
City Manager's Communication 176 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11762 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11762 relating to the City Clerk, appointing the City Clerk, approving extension of employment agreement, and declaring an emergency.
Mr. Clerk, this is the extension of your contract, and I want to personally say how happy I am to extend your appointment as the clerk of the city of Tucson. I have had the pleasure to work almost the last 13 years with you, and it has been an absolute honor, sir. You have kept us always organized in our council meetings. Your voice is one of neutrality and always honor. And I'm very, very proud to work with you. I thank you for your years of service, and I thank you for how you run your office and the organization. I'm very proud to be able to continue your contract. And I also want to mention that even though after your service to the city of Tucson for 31 years, you want to continue working for us.
With that, Madam Mayor, with that glowing recommendation, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 11762, and I echo what you have said about Mr. Randolph. He's an excellent city employee and reflects very well on us.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, I second the motion to renew the contract of the best clerk in the United States.
Absolutely. Any other comments?
I just want to say that I appreciate you too, Mr. City Clerk. You have a great sense of humor, and I miss being around you at City Hall.
All righty. Anyone else? I just want to thank you, just to finish off, to you and your staff for welcoming me, generously welcoming me as mayor of the city of Tucson. It's an honor to serve beside you. So with that, roll call.
Mr. Fimbres,
He's on mute.
Councilmember Fimbres?
He's on mute. I can see the little.
Yeah, I got it now. Yes, 100%.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Ordinance 11762 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Your
And
Honor,
yes,
if I
you
may,
can. Of course you can. Of course.
I would just like to thank the mayor and council for having the confidence in me to allow me to continue serving the city of Tucson. I've definitely have to thank my staff. They do all the hard work, and I just get to get up here and take the credit for that. They're an absolutely phenomenal bunch, and through this COVID pandemic, they've proven that time and time again. They're ready to step up and do whatever's necessary, and I really couldn't do that without them. And I thank my wife for bearing with me through all this and supporting me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We're lucky to have you, Roger. Now we go on to item 15.
Ordinance, regulations to prevent the spread of diseases requiring persons to wear face coverings in public places and maintain a continuous physical distance of 6 feet from other persons. Ordinance number 11767.
City Manager's communication number 196 dated June 30th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11767 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11767 relating to public health and safety and the prevention of community-based spread of infectious disease, requiring persons to wear face coverings when they are in public places and cannot easily maintain a continuous physical distance of at least 6 feet from other persons, declaring violations to be a civil infraction and providing penalties, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
I so move.
Second, I moved number 11767, ordinance number.
There's a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 11767.
And Mayor, not to slow anything down, believe me, but I thought I would just quick summary that this just tracks the requirements that Pima County has adopted, but adds the penalty, the civil penalty of up to $50 and/or 5 hours of community service, which was consistent with the direction the Mayor and Council previously gave. I just wanted to note that there's been some discussion at Pima County about the need for a penalty with respect to their countywide regulations. I checked in with the county attorney's office today. They did not have a meeting today. They're meeting on July 7. It remains to be seen where they might go with a penalty under their regulatory scheme. But I just wanted to update you with that. That's all.
Alrighty, thank you. And so our penalty stands?
Yeah, the penalty would stand if you adopt it tonight. If the Board of Supervisors adopts a different penalty, we can always come back to the Mayor and Council and see if you want to react to that one way or another.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you, Mike. Let's go to roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Mayor Romero.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Alrighty, ordinance 11767 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 16.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, July 7th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Thank you for your hard work.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye, take care.